David, I was going to tell you.
Welcome to AP Studios, not sponsored in any way by Nikon. We welcome everyone who is tuning in across the world and those listening to this recording. We welcome you to get active in the chat, but remind you to please keep it fun and respectful. Also remember that here at AP Studios, you do have a voice and we want to hear from you. Shoot us an email or comment in the chat if you would like to jump in the sandbox with our incredible panel. Now, without further ado, join me in welcoming your host, the man of the people, the oracle of Nikon, and the Eminem slayer of the Midwest,
All right. Thank you again, Joey. That's Joe Man's Land did that for me. I appreciate it. We already got a robust panel in here. We're going to have a few more probably before it's all said and done. Some will come, some will go. But everybody's welcome to join the panel if they like. Tonight is the photo review. So I've had 18 of you send photos in. And, man, I'll tell you, trying to keep up with it and get them all sorted and everything is, I need a Steven. That's all there is to it. I got to have a Steven. So tonight I'm going to play Steven and just make sure that everything runs right. And all the folks up here in the panel are going to talk about your photos. We're going to talk for just a minute and give everybody a chance to get in here. We only have 23. I know we're going to have quite a few more people, but let's see who all's in here. Real Nikon lover, and he's got some information about, I can't remember what it was, the financials of Nikon. You can check it out in the chat. Just scroll up and find that. John Riley's in here. Who is Seraphin? Mookie, MC. Good to see everybody, by the way. All right. Now, I invite everybody that just viewing to jump in the chat and share your stories or whatever you have to share or ask a question. There are a lot of people in here that can answer those questions. Nick's in here. Ted, ATR Bear. David Stewart on the panel and in the chat. All right, Albert, how you doing, Albert? Good to see you in here. All right, anybody got anything that is just they're dying to get out information or anything before we get started with our photo review? Nobody's jumping at the opportunity. You all know who Roy is. If I say Roy, introduce yourself, he's going to say I'm Roy. So
I'm Roy.
The
I don't do much.
Our resident Nikon historian, by the way. Let's see. Kevin Nordstrom. Kevin. Say hello, Kevin. Uh-oh.
He's gone.
Kevin his sound must be muted.
An hour and a half, and
I think it's frozen.
Yep. You there, Kevin?
Again.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now. Let everybody know who you are for those that don't know.
What's up, guys? Everybody in the chat, I hope your Saturday is doing very well. You can find me. I'm a nature and wildlife photographer based out of Ohio along Lake Erie. And you can find me on YouTube at my name, Kevin Nordstrom, and on Instagram at Kevin Nordstrom1. And look forward to all your guys' submitted photos, and let's have some fun.
All right. Sounds great. Jeffrey.
Hello, everybody. This is one night every month that I think everybody looks forward to, and I know I do. And it's great to see everybody's work and everybody sharing what they do, and can't wait to see what everybody put in the pot for this night.
David.
Well, I submitted a photo tonight, and there's no XF data with it because it's a composite. But anyway, I
don't care.
I do a lot of it. I don't care either. But the way that I look at it is you can take a picture at 1/32,000th of a second, or you can spend all day taking the same picture. So why not, you know?
Exactly.
And usually I'm someplace in the middle. I have taken as long as I think it's 12 hours to take one shot. Yep. And but you know how things are. You just got to get out there and enjoy yourself.
All right. Mookie MC says he's down the Ohio River from you, Kevin.
Awesome. Maybe we'll have to get together and do some photography.
Jay Perry in here. Jay Perry in North Carolina. Welcome, Jay. And last but not least, Mr. Joe Stroud.
What's up, everybody? I'm a photographer of things that are photographerable.
Joe's the creative in here. Joe, you shoot film, you shoot Canon, you shoot Nikon, don't you?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I used to shoot Canon. I don't anymore. I
Okay.
just shoot Nikon and Rolleiflex now.
Okay. Kevin up there in the top right corner is a Canon shooter. And David's got a few different cameras, don't you, David?
Yeah, I've got my new one that I can't name.
Hey.
And and I've got a Z9. I've got an 850. I've got an 810A, which Roy does not have. Yeah, my 750 is being modified for full spectrum right now, and I've got a couple others besides.
Yeah, you got your Olympus cameras, don't you? You have Olympus as well, right?
Well,
Or don't you count those anymore?
I've got 3 Olympus that I still use, plus I have a bunch more besides.
Oh,
So I kind of collect the odd camera.
I
Good
don't know.
evening, Hagen.
I don't know if you need an introduction, but I don't know that there'd be anybody in here that doesn't know you, V, but tell them who you are.
What's up, guys? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Sound good.
Yep, you're
sounds
good.
great.
Vahagan from Vahography. Actually, this is Vahagan. This is Vahagan.
There
I've
it
been saying
is.
so many times I went blank right now. Hold on.
He's so good. He's like Prince. He just has one name, Vahog.
What's good, guys? This is Vahography. I'm Vahagan, your rock and roll photographer.
He can't see the script because he's wearing sunglasses. He can't see the lines.
I probably said that like 1,000 times and I can't remember right now.
All right. So Rakesh is in here now. We're about up to enough people that we can get this review going here in a minute.
Hey, I just want to say, Chuck, I'm under heavy NDA on, and I can't talk too much about the Nikon ZF, but it's really good.
Yeah. Yeah. There's some things that we can get into and talk about after the review, depending on how fast it goes tonight. But there are some things that, I mean, we're up against the announcement now by Nikon. So I know there's been a lot of videos for that and everything else. But I mean, for those of you that don't understand, if you're not in the Nikon camp, we've been waiting a long time. So we're rather anxious to see what Nikon's going to do here, even though we think we know. But so,
You never know.
Joe,
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
just gonna have to,
NDA too.
you just have to talk about the Z30 instead. What can I tell you?
And Chuck, I can't deny or confirm anything.
yeah. That alone is breaking the NDA.
I didn't say what it's about.
So everybody brought up the fact that Thomas Heaton kind of let the cat out of the bag. Officially, unofficially, but officially meaning it's from Nikon, coming through Nikon, by even admitting he was under NDA. I mean, but he's a great guy. I'm sure they're going to look at him and say, well, we wish you hadn't done that, but whatever. What's done is done. Now, Nikon wouldn't acknowledge anything, of course, if you were to ask them. But so here we are. Peter, I'm going to take a stab at your last name, Mazik. I don't know, but welcome. Good to be here. He's good evening from the road in Minnesota. All right, great. Does that mean you're listening as you drive along? Man, I love to hear stuff like that. I like hearing talk radio when I'm out driving. So somebody's got to do a 10-hour live stream the next time I travel to North Carolina so I can listen to it all the way there. Instead of listening to my beautiful bride tell me how bad my driving is. I love her to death, but I could put my AirPods in and just rock and roll, as Vaughan would say.
Hey, Roy, nice Beatles shirt.
Thank you.
I'm wearing one
And my
too.
daughter bought it for me. She buys me a lot of those
I have
things.
a feeling the next 10-hour stream will be either from Vahagen or from Robert. One of those two.
It'll only be from Chuck. Chuck's just done his.
Yeah. Yeah, check that block.
Oops,
Oh.
that went out. I gotta
Was
plug
it
it
you
in.
that did the live stream with Thomas
Uh,
a while back? Thomas Heaton,
no,
Yeah.
I did.
or was that Vahagen?
That was Vahagen.
Okay,
But
you
Chuck
were
was-
on there though. That's right.
Chuck was in there.
Yeah, that was a good episode, man. He seems like a good guy.
He is. He seems like a real good guy, and he is, at least from what I could tell in the
I like his
live
channel.
stream. He's genuine, you know. So, and a nice guy. So, there you have it. All right, so we got 41 people in here. Is everybody ready to get this photo review going?
Yeah,
We
let's
got-
go for it.
We got 18 plus photos because a couple came in late. I don't know how many, 2 or 3, even threw one of mine in there. So let's get it going. All right. Again, I'm playing Steven tonight, and you guys, hang on. All right. So this photo, and I'm sorry, whoever sent it, I have no idea what the information is about it or anything else, but I'm going to throw it up here. And if the individual's in the chat or whatever, he's welcome to let us know. And you can hear this cat driving me crazy already. Come on. Come on.
Barely hear it.
Oh. He wants to go outside. Sorry, he ain't going outside right now. All right. So what do you guys think? Oh, you can't say what you think about it because
I haven't seen it.
yeah. Steven, come on, man. Steven, get with it. Oh man.
Steven!
Exactly. Hang on just a second. Share screen, entire screen. Here we go. Go. All right. So let me try to find the best view so that you can see enough of the photo. I'm not as good as Vahagen. I can't figure out how to get it, just the photo itself for a minute. Try one more. There we
That's a
go.
little
That-
better.
It's a little
Yeah.
better, but we take up the bottom.
That's
All
fine.
right. So anyway, what do you guys think? Anybody got any comments?
I think woodland photography is probably one of the harder, more difficult subjects to shoot, just because everything kind of blends in and kind of looks the same. But I like the composition. I like the contrast within the trees and the moody color. The moodiness of it. I like it. I like it a lot. But
It's photo stacking.
right.
Yeah, I mean,
It's definitely difficult.
I like the intent very much. I don't know if it's easy to say looking at it like, oh man, it'd be nice if the deer was on the other side of that tree and that bigger opening.
Oh, I didn't even see the deer. Honestly, I didn't even.
Yeah, that's
until you just said it.
yeah. There's a
Yeah.
deer there.
Wow.
Nick says, I like that. Spot the whitetail.
Good eye, man. Very
I'll
good
take
eye.
this picture, then I'll do a composite photo stack afterwards to make everything nice and sharp. Looks
What
almost
would
like fish-eyed, isn't it? The shape.
yeah,
of it.
Yeah.
the way the shape of the trees are. Yeah, I kind of thought that too.
I like it.
Maybe that's what caught his eye. I don't know.
That's what all the forests look like in all the Disney productions. All the trees are always bent over like that.
That's Bambi.
They bend whichever way they frame
Right.
the animal. All right. Would the real photographer like to step up and say something about it?
It's like I've done that routine playing peekaboo with wildlife. I mean, you're trying to get it in between the tree branches or in between the trees, and that can be very frustrating. A challenge though. It's always fun to try it.
Yeah.
I like it because it's different.
What do you think, Joe?
That was the clearest shot I could get of that. that
So that was a trick. That's Joe's photo.
Oh, okay.
He just wanted to do it try to break everybody from knowing exactly what his photo is without us saying anything.
Yeah.
But why that photo, Joe? Real quick.
I don't know. I like it because it has a fisheye look to it. The way the trees are kind of leaning,
Yep.
and you know, for years I thought a wildlife photograph had to be 600 millimeter portrait, everything
break
dark
the
in the
rules. Always
background,
break the rules.
you know. And I got so bored and tired of that I want to see the environment that animal's in.
Mhm.
And I walked side. We mirrored each other for probably 10 minutes. And he would peek around a tree, and I would peek around a tree. And just as I would get up, he would just whoop. And I took 3 frames of that shot right there. And I looked down to step over the wall to make sure I didn't step on a snake or something. And I looked up, and he was gone. I didn't even hear him. He just disappeared like a ghost.
Well,
I like
that's a Morton Hilmer photo. That's what Morton Hilmer does. Everything is in the environment.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you can't even hardly see the animal, but I mean, it's in its natural environment, and that's what he's out there to capture.
That to
A lot
me
of
is that's the challenge.
What are you gonna say? Yeah, it is the challenge. I was gonna say a lot of wildlife photographers in the very beginning, it's always about the tight shot, the tight headshot, and the portrait. But as you progress, you start to want to get out of that and kind of evolve and kind of want to do more of the landscape, you know, in its actual environment, like you said, Joe.
Yeah.
Like I didn't even notice the deer. Honestly, I was like, I thought it was a woodland shot, which is I still loved. I thought it was a great composition. And so you zoomed in on the deer. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's pretty cool. There's a deer there too.
Well, somebody made mention, and that's quite a feat, man, that you got the deer in focus through all that.
Yeah,
Hey, man.
that's crazy.
That Nikon Z9 focus.
It does.
People dog it, man. You know, they say it ain't as good as the others, but
It is.
it is. You just gotta. I think you gotta work it a little more. You know,
Yeah.
you gotta kind of massage it a little bit, and that's the way Nikon cameras have always been to me as far as autofocus. You know, you just kind of gotta massage it a little bit, but I have no problem with autofocus with a Z9.
So
I would love to go head to head with Tony Northrup any day of the week.
Well, you got that new feature, Joe. You got that new feature where you tell the camera blur out the trees and make whatever's left in focus.
Yeah, and you know, and I love the 100 to 400. You know, that was the 100 to 400 at 400. So he was a good ways from me.
well, it seems like a lot of people over in the chat like it too. I like it.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
The first thing, you know, again, what everybody says, it's funny how all those limbs capture that and kind of frame it. Yeah, of course, it'd been better if he was standing in that little gap right to the right, but you know, it is what it is. You get what you get.
You work with what you get. That's the bottom line. You work with
Yep.
what you get.
Yeah, the truth.
I would have
Yeah.
took that in a heartbeat, you know. But I've always had a problem with getting an animal like, hey, tilt your head just a little bit this way. You know?
Right.
See, if David Moots was with you, he would have shot it with a tranquilizer gun first, and then dragged it over to the other spot and
Yeah.
dropped it against a tree. You know,
He's another really good photographer too.
Mhm.
Yeah.
He's a really another good photographer.
Hey,
Yeah.
Joe, I like it. I like the mood. I like the. I feel like I'm there.
Yep.
And this is the stuff I did for 15 years, you know, until I moved where I couldn't photograph wildlife readily. And now I live right near Austin, so I got to kind of focus on things around here. So, you know, I just happened to be driving one day, and this is a wild deer. You know,
Yep.
I think it's an axis. They call it an axis or something. I know they taste really good. I do know.
Good old venison, baby.
And,
All right.
And those you can hunt all year round here, from what I understand, because
Yeah.
they're a non-native species.
Cool.
Yeah.
Whoever saw a spotted buck looks like a fawn.
Mm-hmm. He was big though. He was a big boy.
Yeah, nice rack. All right. Let's move on to the next photo, and this is Mr. Wayne R. Maddox. Well, if I get Mr. Wayne, he's in the chat, by the way. He's going to join us, I'm sure, but he's out eating breakfast with his wonderful wife. So, Wayne, what do you have to say about your photo, man? This is with his Sony. Hang on a second. So he doesn't have to type all this. It's with his Sony A7R5, a 24-105 f4, 25 millimeter ISO 100 f4.5 at 1/5 of a second. In Malaysia, I think is where he said he was. Anybody in Malaysia other than John or Wayne can verify that. But I have it ready. Let's just see how it holds up. Man, that's a big zoom. That's 200%. And it's still, I mean, yeah, it's starting to pixelate, but not too bad. I think it's holding up real well.
And you
I
can
like
see,
the underexposure of it.
you can see the Ferris wheel out there,
Yeah.
I think, somewhere.
Yeah.
There it is.
Mm-hmm.
There it is.
Well, if it's not holding up, it's because Chuck wants them 2048 wide, and that causes problems too.
Well, it does. I know that. But then again, you know how many of these I downloaded so far?
18
over the last year.
whole lots.
Yeah. And I've kept them all because I do plan to do a big show soon. Nobody say anything? Good.
I'm looking at Wayne just said Hong Kong, and he typed in Hong Kong. So
All right.
I like it. Most of those shots are really bright. You know, you can see all the city lights, but it looks like a.
Yeah,
it looks kind of like a pen and ink.
I'm trying
See
to
what,
figure
Luke?
out. I'm
Like a
trying to
scratch
figure out
pad or
how
something.
tall those buildings really are, because it's like, compared to cities in the U.S. It's trying to figure out if those buildings look, not as tall as what we would have, in our country typically, or it's hard for me to judge how tall those buildings really are.
Yep. I do like this building over here that's all lit up. This is kind of cool. In
Yeah.
Hong Kong.
That's neat.
What Cameron's lens is this, Chuck?
This is the A7R5 and
What's that? 24-105.
yep. OSS. What's that? I don't know.
Out of service.
I don't know.
OSS.
That's why we need Wayne to help us out there. I think that I have actually two from Wayne. Let me see. So let's see.
Yeah, he says he took this from the top of a hill. They were on a hill high above, I guess.
Okay. Well, this is in Hong Kong too. I remember him saying that in his email. I didn't put the information down for it. So again, folks, that's one of the wonderful things if you're in here. By the way, tonight, if your photo comes up and you want to join the panel while it's up and talk about it, I will send the link. I'll put the link in the chat, and you're more than welcome to come aboard. And wait a minute. Here's Wayne. Panel while it's up and talk.
He does exist. He does exist.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me get off the iPad and come here and answer you guys' questions.
All right.
So the first one is Victoria Peak, looking down on Hong Kong Harbor. Well, Hong Kong Islands we're on, looking back at the mainland side of it. The shot was very hazy, and basically I add up the contrast, drop down the shadow somewhat. Well, bring up the shadow somewhat to cut out the haze. I don't have Lightroom or any of those things. I've been using Nikon's NX Studio to do my edits. Yeah, it does work with Sony images as well. I'm going to go from RAW to TIFF, but this actually was a JPEG. So there wasn't a whole lot that I could do with it. And the OSS is for optical steady shot. If you guys don't know that one, the Canon side, we have vibration reduction on Nikon side. So
Yeah, it's
I
come
was
up
pretty
in
happy
the
with
chat
this because, say again?
Yeah,
Yeah.
optical image stabilization is
It
what they
came up
call
in the
it.
chat.
OIS.
Yeah. Optical steady shot, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Next. Tell us about it,
So
Wayne.
this one is we were down in Causeway Bay area, and I shot this one, and it was pretty nice. But I wanted to see what it looked like in black and white, so I did a couple tweaks to it to kind of get this look from it. I did a couple of different versions, but I like this one more. What do you guys think of that?
I like it. He's practicing his street photography after all these street photography videos and live streams.
And with John Ishii, since we were in Malaysia, he was taking me around, and we were doing a lot of that stuff. So I still have videos to do on Malaysia as well as some other stuff in Hong Kong to work on. But as you know, the one like us, so they kind of keeping me busy with that. But yeah, it's really nice over there. If you guys will get a chance to go, there's a lot of spots to just shoot. My stuff is not as good as Diana Ishii's. If you check out her thing, we're in the same area. A couple seconds later, she shot something, and it's like museum worthy.
All right. John Ishii's in the chat. He's chatting over there. He just said in Raw, you can pull the shadows. Yeah. John, you're welcome in. You have the link anytime, man. I know you're probably busy with something else right now, but anytime you want to join. All right, Wayne, thank you. Wayne was one of the first people to get his photo in, I must say. But then he sent me another one and put me in a jam when I found that and had to go back and re-edit the folder. All right.
Because I thought I used the wrong email address, so I figured I'd send one in case it got lost.
Yeah. By the way, anybody that's sending it to anything other than apstudios001@yahoo.com, there's no guarantee I'm going to find your photo, because in the other email, that's the reason I had to separate it. The other email is just full of stuff that I get for everything else. And so anyway, all right. Next photo. And now I got to go down here and find my cheat sheet. Nick, you're up. And Nick is in the chat. He said, May 1st photo for your show, hibiscus, and it's D850 with a Tamron 90 millimeter f8, 1/25th of a second, ISO 400. He says, backdrops are the key element to bring out the whites. A hoodie draped over a chair arm. Okay. I figured out how to bring the file size and dimensions down in Nikon NX. Okay, cool. All right. So this isn't even outdoor, man. You let the secret out. I would have.
Yeah, I would have concealed that.
And Nick is in here. He just made a comment a second ago. Should do some street photography in my Frederick, as it's quite historic being 50 miles away from DC. Yeah, absolutely. Luke, hello. Good to see you made it. Oh, that is outdoors, he says. Okay. So you just sat the chair in the hood with the hoodie draped over it behind it outside. Okay. Yeah, I agree with you. Getting rid of the background really helps bring the flower out. But this isn't a stack, is it? This is a single shot, because obviously the petals, as it's closer to us, are a little blurred.
Yeah. Those are big flowers too. I mean, I've shot those, shooting down, and it's amazing how large those flowers are.
I like the background in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was a smart thing to do.
He says evening light. Okay. So did you shoot at natural light, even though it was evening light? Just curious. There seems to be some light on the petal over here to the left of the frame.
Yeah.
So cool. But the saturation is good.
Anyway.
Colors are natural. What'd you say, Roy?
I don't like stacked flowers anyway. I like to see a bit of them blurred, and
okay.
I don't like them too sharp.
Cool. Anybody else?
I like it.
I think it looks good. I think it's a really cool idea of having the background just different from having to be outside. Flower photography, nature photography, macro photography, all that is, super niche, and I think it's really cool to see.
Too much like product photography.
Yeah, like probably, yep.
Yeah, I used to once in a while bring a very a black black material that I bought at a place that sold fabric, that I would put behind flowers once in a while, and that's a nice trick to do. I mean, it really, anything a little darker makes that flower, pop even more.
Or pinch your wife's scrapbooking sheets.
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
right.
I shot some stuff like that in the past. It's mainly been focusing on the center little area there.
Well, I'll
To
tell
get
you,
in on it.
Becky would be happy right now at Gray's. She can't get
She
enough.
loves that stuff.
Yeah, she does. She loves flowers, macro and flowers.
Yeah.
The contrast in colors is nice. The background to the middle of the flower.
Yep.
Pretty cool.
Good shot.
All right. Mr. Sith, he's up now. I don't know if Sith's in here yet, but I'll give you the
He's in the chat.
background. Huh?
He's in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah, I see him. He's in the chat.
So here's the information he gave me. The Fujifilm GFX 100S
Ooh.
medium format lens, GF 11 or GF 110, 110 millimeter. It was at f2. No, it's an f2 lens, man. I need to establish some kind of way to list your stats here so that I can read them without sounding like a complete idiot. It's an f2 lens. F3.6 was what he had the aperture set at. Shutter 1/60th of a second. ISO 640, and he edited it in Adobe Photoshop. So there you have it. Now we have to be able to zoom in on this, can't we?
You should. GFX 100.
How far can we go? 200% right there.
Yeah, I like that yellow caliper.
Yeah.
The
Man.
Benbro caliper. He's got a lot of nice car stuff on his Instagram.
Oh yeah,
Oh.
I follow him too, and
It says it's a hybrid. Oh no, it's a hybrid.
Oh, get it out of here. Where's the tow truck at?
Oh.
All right.
He's over. He's over on Oahu too, over in Hawaii.
Hawaii.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's got some killer car shots, I'll tell you that.
Nice graffiti wall. I like that. All right, cool. I've shot a lot of cars at car shows, man. I'll tell you, after you shoot them so long, you just get tired of even fooling with them, or at least I did.
They all start to look the same.
Yeah, they do. Or they don't look the same, but they're just, I don't know, the magic is gone after, a couple thousand car shots. There are a lot of people that do it for a living, though, obviously, shoot cars.
I always thought about doing street photography and doing cars that way, but I always kind of, if I ever try to do it on this, normal street photography and getting photographs of the cars, I sometimes get freaked out thinking somebody's going to walk out of a building and be like, why are you taking a shot or a photo of my car?
Yeah.
Kind of flipping out, but.
Well, some people get really, some people do get mad at you when you take pictures of their cars. I hate to say it. It does happen.
I mean, I can kind of understand. I mean, if somebody's, you don't know what somebody's trying to get your license plate or anything, So.
Cool.
That's the world we live in.
Yeah, someone
Yeah,
said the car
unfortunately.
costs a bit more than a Z9, I bet, Mookie says. And then I would say the wheels probably cost more than the Z9. Never mind the car.
What sort of car is it?
Probably.
Is it a BMW?
I think so.
No.
Or
No.
Mercedes?
The Infinity, I think.
Need a logo.
I don't know, but I can't. I mean, if it's a BMW, it would be all over the back end and the front end.
Looks like an Infinity.
Yeah, it looks like an Infinity.
Yeah,
All right.
GX series or whatever. Yeah.
I passed a Lamborghini today. I thought I did something. My Toyota Tacoma was screaming.
I was going to say, if you passed a Lamborghini, then I would have been very scared.
He just kind of looked at me. I went by him. I was like, "Gotcha."
If you passed him, it's because he wanted you to.
An Infinity Q50S.
Okay.
Here it is.
Q50S. There we go.
Nice car.
It is a nice
Heck
car.
yeah, it is.
Yeah.
All right, so we got Luis coming up next. Anything else for Sith?
Good
No,
job.
I like it in the surroundings. I guess when I see the car and I see the building behind it there, I'm like, okay, is it safe to have the car there?
Yeah.
That was my first thought.
Next photo, it's pinched.
All right. This is Luis. Anybody know what this bird is? Let's test the birders that are
I think
in
it's
here.
a palm wall. I think it's a palm
It's
warbler.
a warbler for
It's
sure.
a warbler for sure. Yeah.
Yep, it's a warbler.
A yellow
All right.
one.
The yellow one.
Yellow
Regular
bird.
yellow warbler.
It's a prothon. Let's see, prothon.
Prothonotary.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh wow.
Prothonotary warbler.
There's so many of them. There's like 100, hundreds of them or whatever. It's hard to keep up with them.
I couldn't keep. I didn't even know it was a warbler. So
If it had been me, I'd have just called it a yellow-headed warbler.
Yeah, right.
he says it's in the shade of a marsh in Costa Rica. He shot it with a Z9, the 500 millimeter PF at 5.6, 1/400th of a second, ISO 1800. So it's very bright. There's no noise, man. It looks great.
Mm.
Yeah, Z-Wade. If Z-Wade was here, he'd just say it's a yellow pigeon.
Yeah. It's a gray-winged yellow pigeon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful
Rakesh
shot.
just said yellow pigeon.
Yeah, Rakesh. I didn't see what you wrote before I said it, Rakesh. Honest, I didn't steal it. I didn't steal your line.
So I don't know if Luis is in here or not.
What's awesome about this specific photo too is that warblers are very difficult to shoot because they're so fast. I mean, within seconds they're just hopping around, moving around, and so getting a photo of a warbler is something special for sure.
Yeah, they don't stay in one spot long at all.
No, they don't.
Joe, I did not know you knew Spider-Man.
Yeah.
This is why we don't use profanity. Too many kids to show up and whatever, and it just makes it for a better show.
Yeah.
All right, beautiful bird. I wish you guys could see it. Let me see if there's anything here to. Yeah. I mean, it's just a beautiful photo. I like it.
Yeah.
I
Yeah, you don't really see a lot of that particular bird. I mean, it's pretty elusive. I mean, in 5 years down here, I've probably only seen that bird maybe a couple times a year, if I'm lucky.
Yeah, they're migratory birds for sure.
Yeah.
Thank you, Luis. All right.
You got it, man. Make a print.
Good shot.
Makes me want to get a 600 mil lens.
Yeah. I want one. I want one, Wayne, but I wouldn't use it enough to make it worth my while.
Exactly.
It isn't even worth me renting it.
Very heavy lens. Trust me. You
Yeah.
won't want to carry it around.
All right. I wonder who this is. Not the guy playing the
Got me.
violin.
But who took it?
Got me. I don't know.
This is Mr. Jeffrey. Jeffrey on his trip to Wilmington down in North Carolina. He was with Mozman. They were going down there to shoot. So I got these two turned around. Sorry, it's just the way it came up after I downloaded them. I wanted to start with your other, and they would have, of course, known that. But go ahead, Jeffrey. You tell us about it.
Well, this is walking along the waterway there across from the USS North Carolina battleship. So this is in the downtown area of Wilmington, and this is Mozman's home turf. His dad lives there, and so we had quite a day. I mean, we did bird photography on in the beach areas. Then we went to Arley Gardens and got some nice pictures in there. And then we ended up, having lunch downtown, and we took a walk and took some architectural photos and some street scenes. And we had actually walked by this person, and then I dropped down my rear screen and shot from that to be a little, not hold the camera up to the eye type of thing, type type of deal. It'd be a little more inconspicuous, and I
just
decided to
thinking
convert it to
$100.
black and white. And then I did bring up the texture to like plus 30 in Lightroom because I wanted to get a little more of a bring out some of the pattern or the pores in the cement on the walls and the stone areas, and it was just something that I don't get to do a lot of, and I thought, no one would figure it was me.
You're right.
Giveaway.
Mm.
Greg says that was in your video.
Yeah, it was in my video. The color version was in my video.
I think the black and white, it shows better than the color would.
Mm. Shows the diagonal lines better.
Yeah.
All right, Jeffrey, let's go. Let's see what you got next. Oh,
That's nice.
This is in Magnolia Plantation in North Charleston, South Carolina. And this is a barred owl, Barred. That's the female with the young. And you can see a little bit of blood around the mouth of the youngster. It was feeding the youngster. And so I like this one because they're kind of like looking at each other. And fairly high up in the tree, and obviously a lot of branches in the way. Most of these trees that they're in are the live oaks, so you have an awful lot of stuff hanging down in the way. So it's kind of hard to get a clean shot, but you just do the best you can. And I just like this pose. I think of the ones that I took, I just happen to like this pose the best, so I put this one.
I think it looks good, Jeff. I think you did a good job with it.
Yeah.
Nice. Is this the 800?
Yes, this is with the 800.
Nice.
Looks it.
And this was at this was wide open at f6.3, 1/500th of a second. And this is cropped because it was far up. So this is actually I cropped it to like a 12 by 18 image size. And then of course it gets sent to Chuck even smaller, but you end up with a good photo out of it, I think, in it. But it's really, you don't get to see owls that often. I mean, some people live near them. I mean, I have to hunt for them. It's not something that I see a lot of. So it's a lot of fun when I get to run into one, especially the babies. And I had other shots because there were actually two babies. There was one there with the mom, and then there was one on a branch farther to the right, a little bit higher up. And so one of them was just starting to lose some of the fuzz, and you could see some of the feathers on part of the wing, when it was facing me. So I think by now that they might not have a lot of fuzz left, but they're really cute.
That's probably my
Mickey.
favorite bird to photograph is the barred owl. I had him in my yard all the time.
Mookie's comments up. He's asking Jeff, how far away were you?
Away. Well, let's see. From the base of the tree, I was probably, I would say 70 feet from the base at least, because there was other trees and stuff around it. So I had to stand pretty far back and then shoot up, and it was pretty high up. I mean, it was probably a good, I'd say, I don't want to exaggerate here. Let me think here. Maybe 40 feet up, something like that.
You guys, are you printing, Jeffrey? So Cooley's asking, are you guys using large format printers?
I send my work out when I want to get a print. I would love to get a printer. I really would. And I have that battle with myself every year because I just, I don't sell enough of them to worry about always like wasting my ink to keep the nozzles clean. So it prevents me from buying a printer. I just send them out.
That's a whole nother process to learn for me.
Yeah.
Me too. Me too.
It is a process.
Nick says he uses a P900 and only goes to 17 inches wide. Yeah, I think it's 17 or 19 is about as wide as you can go before you get into the large
1 inch
format.
sensor.
What's
Yeah,
that?
I shoot or I print with a Canon Pro 100 or 1000, something like that, but it only prints up to 13 by 19 as well.
13
So it's
13 by
not
19, yeah.
one of the $5,000-$6,000 printers, that's for sure.
And glossy papers are expensive.
Oh heck yeah, they are. Yeah.
Unless you print with a laser, then you can print on normal paper.
I use Pro DPI printers. I send it out to Pro DPI.
Yeah. I use Nation's Photo when I print whatever if I'm gonna print anything. Hey, real Nikon lover, man, congratulations! Just got his first and only pygmy owl shot in Mexico. Pure luck. Hey, luck.
Great.
Give me luck any day over skill. Give me luck.
Hey, the bottom line is you still had to be there, right? So if you didn't go, you wouldn't have gotten a shot. So it's luck is part of the formula.
Yeah. Jeff and Leslie. Jeff says, I missed it. It switched on me. Well, I just use Mookie's comment here. I use newspaper press for the newspaper I work for to print most of my stuff. Cool. Why not? Yeah, very handy. And Jeff and Leslie, wildlife photography. I print my own up to 13 by 19, but anything larger, I outsource. Yeah, I outsource it all.
13 by 19 is still a good size print, honestly. Still
Yes,
too.
yeah.
So
Don't print anything smaller.
I use digital silver imaging.
I do not want to learn printing. I don't. I got enough stuff to learn. I don't need to learn printing.
The most common size that I print is actually 12 by 18. I mean, I'll do some 20 by 30s, but it pretty much is 12 by 18 because that gives you, it doesn't take up somebody's whole wall that way, and they could, get multiple pictures and stagger them and do what they want with it, and it's just good enough to see the detail and versus, an 8 by 12. I do 8 by 12s too, but.
All right, Jeffrey, I love the photo of the owls since I've got owls all around me, but I never see them. I hear them, but I never see them. Nice shot, man.
Oh,
Big cat of yours probably scares them.
Yeah.
Probably.
Every time you let that cat out, that's it. They all take off.
All right, so I'm going to let the photographer talk about this one.
Well, I was in Vancouver 2 weeks ago now, and I was running this group that I belonged to as I ran a photo shoot. And as the weather wasn't that good, as everybody had an umbrella in one hand and their equipment in the other. And I went back the second night to get this shot, and the weather was no better. The only thing is it wasn't windy, so we could hold your umbrella. But this one is the 9 o'clock gun that only goes at 9 o'clock plus or minus 5 minutes every night, almost in the Vancouver, BC harbor. Except there was, for a while, they ran out of powder. How they ran out of powder, I don't know, but they did.
So what you're saying is it gives a report at that time every night.
Every night.
A salute, if you will. Okay.
And it's been doing it for a lot of years, and they've got it automatic now, so there's nobody there. And it's usually hard. Well, it's very hard to get this shot. I've tried it 5 times to get this one, and this is one of my better ones. They have a cannon that's inside a building with a wire mesh around it. You can see the back of the cannon where the flame is coming out, whereas if it was a fuse where you'd like the fuse,
yeah,
and you can see the flame coming out the front. Plus, there's a crane that is in the middle of the frame.
Looks wide. What lens is it?
This was my 14 to 30. I shot this on my Z9 at 15 frames a second, and it's there's a countdown timer, and I started part of a second early, and I went until the flame was out. It's I managed to get part of the flame in more than a dozen frames.
That's good.
And I'm kind of glad that that the Z9 will almost, well, I didn't have it shooting video, but almost, you know, is shooting this in RAW. And like I made it as a composite. The background was one exposure, and the flame was about 5 more.
What I like here too is you got the remnants of, you know, some little puddles of water too that the flame color reflects off of nice, and I like that too. That adds something as well.
Well, it was raining pretty hard that night, and
yeah, very, you know, gorgeous shot, David. Really nice.
On tripod, or
I like the color.
Yeah,
did you use
I like that
tripod?
it's not really, the blue is not, it's kind of subdued blue. Kind of a I don't know what you would call it. I would call it a gunmetal blue or something.
Yeah. Hey,
Yeah,
Mookie, I bet the majority of these cool photos are done with manual settings. So I'm pretty confident to say you're right, Mookie. I think most are shooting in manual.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this was complete manual on this, including the focus. You know, and the you know, it's that's the only way to get good night shots is for something like this. It has to be manual, but the background was a totally different exposure than the actual shot.
You want to really blow everybody away and mess with their minds. Do a sky replacement and put a daylight sky in there.
Borealis.
Yeah. Oh, hey, nothing wrong with composites. I have no problem with composites. I know there are some that are just absolute sticklers for it. It has to be exactly how it came out of the camera. I'd venture to say that they don't have a whole lot of great photos. They might have some good photos, but if it's right out of camera, I don't know how you get away with that too much anymore, even though the cameras are so good.
Well, one thing that I always used to say, Chuck, is it said that you're not allowed to retouch this. I say, am I allowed to do everything that I used to do in the darkroom?
Yeah.
You know? And they would almost always say yes. I did composites in the darkroom.
Yeah, I know. It's just people being tools.
Yeah.
They talk about, you know, it's just a tool. Well, so are they sometimes. All right.
Hey, David, what lens? David, what lens was that?
That was the 14 to 30 f4.
What was your f stop?
I was wide open.
Nice. Are you base ISO or what was your ISO?
That was it was 1600, except the background.
Wow. That's pretty clean.
The background was a totally different exposure, and I'm not sure what I had it for it offhand, but and it was quite a bit longer. So,
nice.
But I really like the Z9, and it's almost as good as my new camera. So we'll see.
Oh, your Z8?
I am not allowed to say.
you can't talk about
it. All right. This is Mr. Jeff and Leslie Wildlife Photography, and Jeff's photo is a wild geranium. Said he was photographing these flowers and noticed tiny insect thing hiding inside. Shot with the Canon R7, Canon 100 millimeter macro lens. f9 at 132 or 1/320th of a second, plus 3 EV at 1600 ISO. Use denoise with topaz. Other than that, slightly cropped. There you go.
Very pretty.
Love macro stuff.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Cool.
Yeah, I love the
Awesome.
macro shots. The macro shots really make you slow down in your photography, and absolutely. In fact, I want to try to. I don't have a 2.8 yet. The RF 100, whatever was shot with this one, the 100 2.8. But I hear it's a really great lens. That might be one of my next lenses I get to.
It
Great
is a
shot
good
though.
lens.
Wonderful shot.
Yeah, very
There's no
done.
longer a time.
Moz man, I thought there was a bug on my screen.
Is this with the R7?
Yeah, R7. Mm-hmm.
What lens?
The 100 millimeter. I guess it's
the macro.
macro. Yeah.
100 millimeter Canon.
Mm-hmm. 100
Yeah, I'm
millimeter.
not going to say that this shot really bugs me, but it does. No.
Everyone should have a 100 millimeter macro though.
Wait a minute. I'll hit myself.
Come on,
Easy.
V. Come on. Ching. That was your cue, bro.
I got a hand drum somewhere over here.
All right, so I got more photos coming in. Hang on a second. Hang on, sorry.
Well, I can just pretend my head is a symbol. Just go.
That's the one area of photography I've tried is macro, and I suck bad.
All right. Steven is off tonight, so that's why I said you guys are going to have to do all the reviewing. I'm going to run the show back here, trying to keep up with everything that's going on. At least get you guys pointed in the right direction of who, and I'll send you the information about their photo.
Hey,
That's
Moz?
crazy. Jeff and Leslie just said that the blossom is about the size of a man's thumbnail.
Wow.
Wow.
That tells you how big
That's
that
nuts.
bug is.
Well, what's nice with what Jeff and Leslie do is they get a lot of their, and Jeff could correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, a lot of their flower shots are wildflowers. I mean, they're walking through the woods and they're getting these flowers. It's like,
Yeah.
When I have to go to a let's say a botanical garden area or something, what frustrates me is they don't open up till 9 a.m. I don't want to be taking the flower shots at 9 a.m. The sun's starting to get too harsh. I want to be taking those shots, a half hour after the sunrise or around that time frame, So I mean, Jeff and Leslie, they're always walking through the woods and they're getting these great flower shots. And unlike me, they actually know what the names of the flowers are. So lots of times when I do have a flower shot in any of my videos, I always say, Jeff and Leslie, help me out. Tell me what this flower is. Otherwise, I'm just going to call it flower because
Right.
I have no clue. I'm not a flower expert at all.
There you go. APS-C in full
There
display.
he goes. 20 minutes after sunrise. There we go. That's what he says.
Flowers always look good backlit.
Yeah. Jeff, did you ever try using a screen to screen your shots?
I have larger screens, and problem is where I go, they do not allow you to bring a tripod, so I can't use a clamp and put a diffusion panel on it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of hard to do it. It's hard to do it and hold the macro lens steady and with one hand and hold up a panel. So I'm always going by myself most of the time. It would be nice to have. I tell you, macro shooting is when it's nice when you have someone going with you and you take turns holding a diffusion panel or a reflector or whatever, because that can make all the difference, when you go out shooting.
So you need a Steven also.
I need a Steven also if I'm going to do, yeah.
Yeah.
You mean you're not doing a Chelsea Northrop?
No, there's certain people I would not want helping me.
They bring their own wine though.
All right. Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate it, man. Nice photo as always, brother. I'm glad you're enjoying your equipment, man. All right. Now, this one, I've got to read the narrative that goes along with it. This is Anita Stewart, and this photo shows the real length of his tail. I believe the horse, wait a minute. She sent two photos, but I just pulled this one because I just thought it's better with the both horses there. Oh, yeah. Okay. This photo shows the length of his tail. I believe the horse in the background is a lead mare. There have been a number of foals born, but unfortunately, not all of them survive, mostly because of predators in the area: grizzly bears, wolves, coyotes, lynx, and mountain lions. One of the wild horse organizations has more than 100 trail cams in the area and have some amazing footage of the grizzly in pursuit of his next meal. It's hard. It's a hard life for the wildies as they experience extreme cold in the winter with little food when the snow is deep. In summer, they deal with the insects and forest fires, but food is plentiful and when there is sufficient rainfall. So these are wild horses, and I'm guessing maybe you can help us out with some information there too, David, unless Anita's in here.
No, she's not in here tonight. It's I've been out with her different times when she's shooting these, and I'm amazed at how close that she can get to these horses.
Don't look wild at all, do they?
Oh, and there's some of them. If you're within 300 meters, that's too close, and others I've seen them actually come up and sniff her. But this one stallion, I don't know how he can see because his
I hear you.
Yeah, because of the way his forelocks are.
One in the foreground needs a comb over though.
He looks like Slash in the Animal Kingdom.
Yeah.
I don't think either one of these two have ever been touched by a human hand. And it's,
come on, guys, quit horsing around now. Come on.
Yeah. I'm not reading the notes here, but anyway, you can tell that they're really interested what's going on by their ears. Like you can tell an awful lot what a horse is paying attention to is by the ears. It's and they do have expressions, but you have to be a horsey person to figure it out. But
definitely beautiful.
Yeah, they're both relaxed, and these are two interesting horses.
Looks like Shaq and Paul McCartney coming out of the studio after recording session.
Yeah. But if anybody has any questions, I could see if I can get an answer for you.
All
What are
right.
the names of the horses?
What are the names?
Yeah.
The stallion does have a name.
Oh, okay.
No, actually, I hear that he doesn't, but
Not one that I know of.
or at least not one that Anita knows of.
Okay.
Hey, David, did Anita call them out because they're looking directly at the camera?
No.
I talked to them.
Well, actually, she says she talks to them, and they listen to her, and it's just amazing how she can communicate with horses. Some people have the gift. She's got the gift.
Very
But
nice.
I've seen it.
When you don't ride them as well.
Oh, you can't. She used to, but she doesn't anymore. but she can actually do the same thing with other animals too.
I like it. I like it.
Steven's over here busy right now, moving photos. One of these days, they'll all come in before the show. I don't mind taking them now, though. So,
Well, we got to get back to our point system, Chuck.
Yeah.
Where they get extra points for having it early and lose points for having it late, and so they get bragging rights for a whole month about how many points that they got for their photo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Wayne, is that Sony you're using?
Yes, sir.
Figures.
What's that?
I'm just kidding, man. I'm just kidding. I had to.
We could tell Wayne the colors are a little off. No.
Yeah. Exactly right with that. Because I was messing around with it last night and it was in night mode. So when I switched from the table over here, all I did was turn it on. So
Hey, by the way, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I'm kidding too.
So all you guys,
it does look blue though.
are all you Sony users out there ready to attack me? No, I was joking.
There's always one, V. There's always one.
Don't unsubscribe, please.
All right.
Hey, Wayne, you can mess with them. You unsubscribe, and then 5 minutes later you resubscribe, and just keep going back and forth.
And if you're gonna unsubscribe, at least don't tell me about it. All right.
All right. Let me get back over here. Jay Perry, how do I submit a photo? Jay Perry, go to the description in this down below, and it'll give you all the information on submitting a photo. And if you want to do that, that's fine, because I'm already downloading photos that are coming in now. So with that said, if you have any questions beyond what's in there, just let us know in the chat, Jay, and we'll get it clarified for you. All right, so let me move on. Let's see, that was Anita. All right, Ted is up next. The rider is Arnold Plunge from Lithuania. Arnold took a plunge and then won the next race. The Church Wilney Ski Club held the World Championship round at Draycott on the Nottingham, Derbyshire. What is it, Lancashire or Leish? I don't know. I'm sorry, man. All right. So somebody from UK helped me out there, the border. So, but let me get the photo. Let me get the image up. And so here you go. I think it's a cool image. I love the action in it.
Man.
I like it.
Wow.
Yeah.
I do
Great
too.
shot.
Cool.
Yeah, he pulled the ignition key out. You can see it stretched out and it popped out.
Yeah.
That's neat. That's real neat.
It is. It's a beautiful photo. I love the colors. I mean, it just so happens that red works well against the otherwise gray background. That's cool.
I'd have that on my wall.
Oh, I would too. Yeah.
Yeah, he says that photo. Well, I missed it again. Every time I go to hit to pull the comment up. Real Nikon Lover says that photo tells a story. Fantastic. Craig C says fantastic. It is. It's a fantastic photo. Same thing from Jeff. Rakesh, same thing. Yeah, it is. It's a great photo. It's a great catch in an action sequence. Beautiful. All right, guys, take it away. I'm going to continue to move photos.
I just want to say, like when you look at a photo like this, no words can. You don't need words.
Nope.
Just
That's a concept.
Nope.
Very nice shot.
Like it's just a wow shot. So it's like, wow, like you don't need words to explain this. It's just beautiful.
Yeah.
So Gustavo.
Captured it at like the right time too.
Yep.
Well, yeah, I would assume he was shooting, holding down that shutter button for a little bit of time to get that one.
Yeah.
Nice.
Looks pretty sharp too.
It is.
Yeah.
I hope he's
I
got
mean, even if it wasn't, it wouldn't change the aesthetic feeling of it.
I'm wondering if the helmet, you actually could see their face or their eyes. The type of helmet they're wearing.
What he's thinking at the time.
A lot of them wear that dark tinted shield, so you don't really get to see them.
Yeah,
they don't like to see that old crap moment.
I think he's thinking, oh, this might hurt.
That's what. Let's see, who was it? Real Nikon Lover said, "Well, if I can catch it here before moves again.
Matthew Card.
As they say, that'll leave a mark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Chuck said, the contrast of the red though to the background it makes it really pop out.
Mm-hmm.
Hey Matthew, what picture was that you sent me, man? You never told me what it was. Chuck, he sent me a picture of a broken glass.
Okay.
Did he send you that?
I think so. I be honest with you, I have, as I was talking to you, I strayed away from some of the social media yesterday and today. I'm trying to catch up, guys. I finally got a good night's sleep last night. It's been a whirlwind this last week, and I don't expect next week's going to be any easier.
I like some of the comments. I wish I learned how to swim.
Everybody down in the comments, put down what that person's thinking right now.
Yeah.
So what is he using here, Chuck? Does he tell you?
He doesn't, unfortunately. So, I kind of hoped he would be in here tonight, but he was nice enough to send the image, and that's fine. But so he's in UK. That means it's very late there. Very late. Well, it's just what would it be?
No, it's always cloudy there. That could be at noontime.
Like 3:11 a.m.
Yeah, this is with the 600 or 800 because he's on a boat or he's on the shore.
Yeah,
and it's just really close up. Maybe he cropped it in.
I like what Charles Davis just said. Glad this is water and not asphalt. I agree.
I've done that.
Charles, when you're going that fast, that water is really hurt.
Oh, I'm sure it would hurt. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Charles, how you doing, man? Nice to see you.
I bet he bounced 2 or 3 times before he went into the water.
Charles, so good to see you, man. I know everybody loves the fact that you showed up. Whether you stay a long time or a little, brother, it's just nice to see you, buddy.
Yeah, I haven't seen him in a while, so.
I'll tell you, one time I was tubing on a lake and I was hanging on, and it was my friend, and he says, "Well, you're not letting go of that tube. I'm going to go a little faster," and he did, and I was skipping across the water in a turn, and I literally flew in the air, and I landed right on my chest on the water, and I thought I got hit by a car. It hurt it hurt really bad, really bad.
You should have stiffened up, Jeff. You'd have been like a torpedo.
Oh man. I don't know what I looked like, but I'm sure it wasn't anything that had any dignity.
All right. Yeah, beautiful photo. It really is. I like it. I love the action and everything else in it too myself. You guys got anything else before we move?
Just an awesome shot.
Very
fantastic.
Matthew, I am not going to go check the metadata. Dude, I'm a one-man show. I'm trying to download photos, move them into the folder for those that are taking photos now. Yes. So I'm sorry. That's just a bridge too far for me right now.
Matthew
All
Card.
right. All right. Ted Shalito.
I like saying his name, Matthew Card.
All right. The photographer is in the chat, and let's see if he wants. Would you join long enough to talk about your photo? Rakesh.
Yeah, this looks like something you'd have in an intro to an episode of the Twilight Zone.
It's cool. Yeah, it's almost like it's some kind of vortex sucking the church up in it or something.
Yeah.
So he says this was in Nebraska and Iowa border, old 18th century privately owned chapel, Nikon Z7 II with the Nikon Z14 to 24 2.8, 330 shots, each at 25 seconds, aperture f3.2, ISO 1000, and he processed it in Photoshop. It's cool, man. It's really cool.
Who sent you
He's long. I got drunk.
This is Rakesh. There he is, Rakesh. Rakesh, let me send you or put the link in. Excuse me, put the link in the chat, and you can join and talk about it for a minute. You don't have to stay long.
These long exposure shots are pretty cool because you got to be out in the middle of nowhere away from all the light pollution and everything.
A lot of work.
Yep.
Mhm.
I'd see more light on the building though. That's about all.
Yeah.
It is cool though. It is really cool.
I think
Let's
this is
see.
when the aliens kind of like pop out of the middle of that. Like,
Exactly.
Well,
Exactly.
there is some kind of phenomena. How you like that word?
Like a
Right
like a
here.
vortex
You can't.
that is sucking the leave out of that church there. Wow.
Right here. There's almost a trail in here of something going on in that stack. It's really neat though. Cool.
Nice colors too.
This is a
Yeah.
lot of work.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's one of the more interesting ones I've seen of those light trails like that. I like the warping up. It's kind of like two
Yep.
circles in combined into one.
Yeah. You get the blue that interrupts which is the night sky, which interrupts each star as it's moving. There's just enough distance in there that lets that blue sky come through as well. It's cool.
Yeah, nice shot, man.
Yeah,
So-
well done. Very
How
well
long was
done.
the exposure of this one? David, you probably can make an educated guess.
This is
Well,
330 shots stitched together, right?
Yeah, 330
Wow.
shots at 25 seconds each.
Whoa.
Yeah, I did that a while back, just trying it. Actually, several years ago, I wanted to do it one time to play with it. It's a lot of fun. It takes you a while to actually amass the number of shots that you need to complete the full circle.
It's what they call an all-nighter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, 330 shots and a little gap between, let's say, so that's 660 minutes. What's that equate to?
That's 11 hours.
It is.
So it was 10 degrees outside and windy and waited in the car.
I bet.
Well, see the
Great stuff,
the advantage with the Nikons and the built-in intervalometer is you can set your camera up and have it shoot away, and you just got to go out and check it to make sure that your battery is up, and you just keep on and you keep on changing it. And if you have a battery grip, it's so much better because then you can swap your batteries out while you're taking pictures. But
Or a power bank.
yeah, not all cameras will handle a power bank, but that's a bit of a problem too. But you get out, it's I don't know how many times Rakesh has done this, but I think that he could probably do it with half the photos, with more time in between them, and it's a bit easier on your camera. It's a bit easier on your battery because what the Nikons will actually do is, or the newer ones better than the older ones, they'll shut off between shots and save your battery. And because the movement of the stars is so small, and when you process it, it looks like it's a continuous, even though it isn't. But this is a pretty good composite, and I like it, Rakesh, and it's I like it that the circles are ovals and not circles. It makes it look better.
Very wide lens.
Yeah, very wide lens.
I can pretty much guarantee you that this ain't his first rodeo at doing this either.
Oh no,
No, this takes skill and patience, man.
Skill. Yep. I was gonna say a lot of patience too. Well done though. Wonderful photo.
Yeah, very nice.
Yeah, I like it.
All right, I'm very quiet because I'm over here doing Steven's job right now.
But I do something similar when I'm shooting the Aurora, and it's and I'll set up one or two cameras and have it take a shot every 20 seconds or whatever when it's going, and it's you'll find that you'll end up with a stack. You can only use one at a time, but lots of times you get vehicles driving by or you get other lights, and sometimes those are the more interesting shots. But when you have something like this, you have to eliminate all of those, or it just buggers up your composite.
All right, Rakesh, you knocked it out of the park, man.
Great job.
Of course, on all these photos, everybody's going to have their little twist that they might do. We're not going to bring all that kind of stuff up, but everybody's got their own twist. But I like the photo. I really do. I think you did a great job here, man.
I couldn't think of anything other that I would do than what he did. That's
More patience than I have.
Well, Rakesh said he did this in 3 hours.
3.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
My math is way off, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, because see, when you look at some of the length of the star trails and about how many degrees it is, that's probably closer. And with 3 hours, you should be able to do it without the battery change.
Yeah. Yeah, he says 9:30 till 12:30 a.m. 9:30 p.m. 12:30 a.m.
Did he use a star? Did you use a star tracker for Cash?
Not for this.
No.
Not for this.
No.
Because if it took so
It's a
long,
straight tripod. It's a sturdy tripod, is what it is.
The North Star
makes it easier.
Yeah, he's focused on the North Star to get that.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering, because it's going to change in that amount of time if he had a tracker that kept it in place.
But the star tracker would keep the stars steady, and then your church should be moving.
You wouldn't have any star
Yeah,
trails
Charles
at all.
says it's very.
So you need a very steady tripod to do this.
Yep.
And no wind.
Well,
Yeah.
Because he has a short lens, Gustavo, the wind doesn't matter as much. And by the way, hello, it's my first time talking to you. And I hope to see you up this way.
Indeed. I'll let you know.
Late summer. Because if it's late summer, then we can shoot the aurora maybe. But I've been having pretty poor luck. Tonight is supposed to be good, and it's either going to be raining or it's going to be too smoky.
All right.
All right. So this is from Fiat Nacht. This picture was taken on the historic, Okanichi Speedway Trail in North Carolina, shot with his Nikon Z6 and Voigtlander Nocton 40 millimeter 1.2 Z mount. The camera settings were ISO 100, f1.2, and 1/400th of a second. Cool.
I like that.
Yeah. Let's see.
I like the shallow depth of field in this one.
I do too. So it's just focused on the dash here in this old car.
Yeah, the framing of the rear window.
They're using the window. It's nice.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So this is one of those photos that I when I opened it up, I had to just look around the photo. It makes me look for things in it, especially the way it's framed, like you said, going through the rear window. It's a cool photo. I like it.
Somebody said it looked like it hauled illegal moonshine back in the day. I'm looking at the thing going across the back there. It's like a roll bar inside. It looks like it's a roll cage in there. I could be wrong.
No, it does.
Yeah.
It almost does. I don't think it's quite a roll cage, but it could. Yeah, it is. Actually, you were absolutely
that piece going
right.
on an angle on the right hand side.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't give it. I wouldn't say that would indicate, but
the one in the front there. Two in the front.
The front, but the front is what gives you the indication that it is a roll cage. Yeah. Cool. It's an old racer.
Mm-hmm.
Old race cars never die.
I think.
Old race cars never die. They just rot away. That would be a challenge for somebody that wanted to restore an old race car. I mean, because you're not talking about it has to be, off the showroom floor finish, but it'd be cool.
I would like to see what Joe will do with this scene. I'm sure that he's thinking what he could do with this. No, wonderful picture.
Joe's trying to figure out how to get a model in it or his dog.
I could do something.
If you can get the dog to sit behind the steering wheel and put the paws on the wheel, that would be cool.
All I gotta do is go in the store, and he does that already.
All right.
Very good shot. Very
Mookie
nice.
says-
Interesting. Very interesting.
Mookie says, I like the fact that it's on a path or a roadway like it wants to run away again. Yeah. Discarded old race car. Yeah. Cool. Thanks, Fiat. Nice shot, man. I don't know if you're in here, if you're viewing, but nice shot. Really is. And I thought you might say something, Charles, because I know you're an old NASCAR guy. You love NASCAR. So, yeah, NASCAR was great. You're absolutely right, brother.
Yeah, you'll never see those days again.
Joe Man's Land, Joey.
Hey guys, how's it going?
What's up, Joe?
Good.
Good to see y'all. Everyone having a good day so far?
So far, so good.
Yeah. Except for downloading your photos that you sent like 9 hours late.
I'm sorry. I lost track of time, but I hate when you come into the panel and there's an image that's just like, whoa.
He's on
like, this is a
Canadian
killer
time.
shot.
That's the problem. He's on Canadian time, so everything gets crazy. I'll give you an excuse, Joe.
The good old days when we had short tracks too. That was NASCAR to me. So yeah, man.
I love that patina on that paint. The way that old metal on them old cars rust.
Yep. All right. So here's the question: what is this car?
Blue.
Buick.
I don't know.
It's a brand new Lincoln. You just wait. Matthew McConaughey is going to climb out of that dashboard.
I don't know that Fiat knew it either, or he would probably mentioned it. All right. Thank you for the submission. Fantastic. Oh, man. Let's see. We have Dana Garrett coming up. I'll pull the image up in just a second. It's in Indiana. It's a covered bridge. She shot it with a Nikon D50, Nikon 16-35 f4 at 16 millimeter, ISO 64, 5 seconds with an ND filter at f16. And let's pull the image up. I really like this. I do.
And I love them covered bridges. You don't see them that much anymore.
Yeah.
Nope.
It's a bridge or a mill?
Covered bridge.
It runs across the stream there to a mill.
To a mill.
That's a dying thing, like a drive-in, man.
Yeah, it says Bridgeton Mill on the building.
Okay.
Zoom in. There you go. Yeah, I like how it stops the motion of the water that makes it nice and smooth. What was it?
It's really nice.
What was it shot at?
I think it says it was established in 1823, rebuilt in 1870. So it must have burnt or something. Who knows?
Where was that, Chuck?
It's in Indiana.
Okay.
Yeah, there's still some covered bridges up here in Connecticut. Yeah. Jeffrey, did you ever take any photos of them? I haven't.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they got a fair amount of them, and they got a fair amount in Connecticut.
Mm-hmm. All right. Nick says, well, wait a minute. Nick says, stunning bridge and shot. We have 5 in Maryland, 3 within 10 miles of me. When you going to shoot them now, Nick?
Yeah.
That's the great thing about this. You know, we look at all these photos and it inspires us to go do something different because we see somebody else has accomplished it, or we love what they did and never thought about going to try it. And, you know, it just gives you a little incentive. Go out and shoot something different or whatever.
Oh, yes, you look at these things every day, but you don't see them that way until you're like in that mindset that you want to capture that.
Right. Yep. Cloud cover always lends itself to more dramatic photo. In the bright sun, this would be a completely different shot. I agree with that too. Yep. Nice shot, Dana. Very nice shot.
Well done.
Very well framed. You found the right position to frame this. It's great.
So what focal length? This was like a 20 millimeter? Is he saying?
Let me go back here.
1635, so I'm guessing it's 16.
Okay.
No, this, yeah. I'm sorry, 16 to 35 at f4, 16 millimeters, what she shot it at. And ISO 64, 5 seconds with an ND filter at f16.
Yeah,
There
what's
you go.
nice is usually when you're shooting that wide, you have to make sure you have a foreground element, and she basically, there's basically elements in the front, in the middle, and in the back. So it's just the way you want it to be. Very well done.
Nice to see that diffraction didn't mess it up too.
Yeah. That horrible diffraction. Yeah, it's like, oh my God, can't you see it? It's like right at us, man. I don't know.
Everybody say bye to Charles. He's got to go.
Charles, take it easy,
Charles.
Take it, Charles.
Nice to see you even for a few minutes, Charles. Thanks, man, for dropping in.
I was up in Maryville, and they have a drive-in theater or drive-in, movie. And I was telling my sister, I was like, man, I always want to do a book on the last remaining drive-in theaters in America. And that's the way these old bridges are. A lot of them they deteriorate and they don't rebuild them.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of covered bridges in Connecticut are maybe only a third of that length, because a lot of them are just like going over small streams and stuff, not a larger body of water like this. So that's a very, very large covered bridge. I mean, that's not your typical covered bridge.
No, you're right. That is a big covered
That's
bridge.
at least
Long.
7 smart cars wide.
I have seen some pictures actually taken from inside the bridge that also are stunning, correct? Either looking through the windows or looking at the timbers of with those that are framed. There is a ton of opportunities with this type of subject.
Mookie, yeah, it does have a slight vignette. I don't know if it was from the lens, and that lens does have a vignette, a natural vignette, or if it's intended. But either way, yeah, I like it, especially considering the lighting. It just works. Yeah, I told the stream a while back, Joe, I've always wanted to do a photo book on barns, because the old barns, they're disappearing so fast now. I don't even know if half of them that I know of back in Kentucky are even still standing. I don't know why. I've always been attracted to old barns, no matter how dilapidated they are. Yeah. But people are tearing them down for the barn wood. That's big bucks now.
Yeah, hipsters want to turn them into coffee tables.
Yeah.
Is that an old barnwood table you got there, Joe, man?
Oh, this one, this is I wish. No, it's an old English writing table. It's about 150 years old.
John Ishey's comment.
Bridges of Madison
County. Eastwood uses Nikon F. Yeah.
Love the Nikon F.
Man. All right. Let's see. Let me jump. All right. Now, I don't know who this is, but he might be sitting in here with us, so he can tell you all about it.
Wait a minute.
Very cute.
Right there.
Gustavo.
Yeah, that's me.
At 200%, and it's holding up, man. That's fantastic.
That is with the 800 shot from my Jeep.
I know, but I was going to let you tell everybody.
So no, that's actually taken about 3 weeks ago. I was heading to the state park nearby to photograph some turkey. I'm working on a wild turkey project, and this is the culvert on one of the neighbors, in which the mama folks have brought these guys and put it in there. So they gave us a good show. Unfortunately, it only lasted for a day, but no, it's a great opportunity. But I couldn't change the lens or anything. So from the car into the culvert were only like 50 meters, 10 meters. So I need to go for the portrait. So, but no, these guys are lovely.
No, they're cute. They are cute.
Yeah. We don't see them all the time, but
I love them little foxes, how they got all the little stray fuzzy hairs sticking out of them when they're young like that.
exactly. And you can see here the light, what kind of side on the side. So that's the best place that I could get to them. So, but actually, I like the fact that it was not like full sun. Get a little bit more texture. So
I
you
like
can
how you can see
see
the reflection in his eyes. It's really, really impactful.
Yeah.
If you can look in the eyes deep enough, you see Gustavo's image.
Well, you can see my Jeep.
And it's in there, in the black area.
Probably see my Jeep somewhere.
Look into my eyes.
Exactly.
Well, there he is.
Exactly. No,
There's Gustavo.
that's a wonderful lens, guys. Definitely for sure. It definitely. I mean, Jeff and David knows that, but and every time you get an opportunity to have a session with this guy, this is what I learned from you guys. Correct? When I look at your portrait photography, I'm thinking about this type of portrait photography.
Nature
portrait.
Exactly.
Exactly. No, that's
Fantastic photo, Gustavo.
Thank you, guys.
Always, man.
Great job.
Really nice.
Yeah, the 800 makes a fantastic portrait lens.
Yes.
Yeah. So now he's in the Matt Irwin Club. Matt Irwin took portraits with the 800. All right, Gustavo. Great man.
Shot, Gustavo.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, good work.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. What do we have up next? Let's see. Oh.
That's interesting.
Oh. Who did that?
Oof. We know. We know. I'm sure I know.
Gustavo's thinking how he's going to get that fox underwater.
Exactly.
All right, Joe.
Exactly.
Tell us all about it.
Yeah, that was my
Well,
friend.
Oh, Joe took it. Sorry. I thought you said me. I was like, I didn't take it.
So anybody that hadn't seen your work up to now, Joe, wouldn't know, but this is just it. We've seen it, your work, your fantastic creative side so much that, I mean, it just says, hey, I was taken by Joe Stroud.
Yeah, that was I was talking to y'all one Saturday night, and I had to shoot the next day, and this was it.
Yeah, just happened to find a lady that would go lay in a pond for you.
But she came, and I was doing some portraits. I said, "Hey, I got this inflatable pool out back, and you down to go for a little dunk?" She's like, "Okay," and it was cold outside, and so she would lay back, and I had a fish tank that I put my Z9 in, and I had the 24-120 on it, and it was shot at 24 millimeters because that's how close I was to her. And she would just lay back, and my wife was holding the FJ 200 with a octobox on it above the
Probably
water.
still there.
And I think I got about 6 shots, and she was like, "It's cold." So I was like, "Yeah, forget it." But this was the first image out of the 6 that I did. So.
And Joe,
it's a body that you found laying there, and you said, "I might as well take a picture."
And it just worked out. Her hands were in the right spot. I couldn't really tell her how to do it.
The hair is what surprised me, because you would think that the hair would start, becoming a problem in front of her face. Correct? That's fantastic, Joe. Fantastic.
And I took a black sheet and I put it down on it, and then filled the pool up with water.
Okay.
Mookie says, "Hey, I got this inflatable pool outside." Is the worst pickup line ever.
It worked though.
And I also love the fact that you get a reflection on the underside of the water air interface. That's very complimentary. It balanced the picture, correct? It balanced the picture.
You planned that, right, Joe?
Of course, you did.
I didn't plan on it turning out at all. Let me put it to you that way.
Joe, I just love how you used a fish tank to protect your camera. Like when you showed us this photo at first, I was thinking like he must have had housing, like I'm thinking like there's something elaborate set up here, but it looks awesome. Like the sharpness is really nice. It really draws you into the center of the image. The bubbles are adding really great texture because she's trying to get out of there. It's awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
Matthew says that would be a great book cover. Yeah, it would.
I like
Mystery Border.
Roy's another dead body shot by John Ishii.
The average Nikon consumer waiting for a new camera to come out.
Yeah, I processed it to where her skin was real light to make it kind of look that way.
Ghostly.
So does this look like film to anybody? I mean, I don't know why, but I just want to say film when I see it right away. I mean, you can dissect it and maybe determine that it isn't, but the first look is, man, this was done with film.
It's the fish tank.
So what did you do processing this? I mean, desaturate or, I mean,
man, I don't know.
Oh, you don't want to give it away. I'm sorry.
This is like where the voice says 3 hours later.
Hey guys, David's got to take off. David Stewart's got to take off. I just want everybody to have a chance to say goodbye. Thank you so much, David, for being in here.
Hey Dave, love the shot, man. Love that shot you had.
Yep. And I love your stuff too. It's all great work, and we're all here to make each other try a little bit harder and do better. So, and there wasn't one shot here that I wouldn't like to have a copy of, but I'm not going to sell them like.
I'll sell you one cheap before I put them up for. I'll sell you one cheap before I take them to the fair. Hey, I know Anita's sitting there, so tell her, thank you very much for her submission and the story behind her photo. And she's going to have to come on the show one of these days.
Well, you're going to have a hard time getting that done because she's doing good some nights to even get on the chat.
All right. Well, I'll tell her we all thank her for the submission and look forward to more.
Yeah. Thanks, Chuck, and thank you for the group here. And it's like we got a really good group, and I really like this sharing the photos. This makes my month for me. Anyway, I'll see you all later.
See you, David.
All righty. Take care, brother. All right. Let's see. Looking at the comments real quick, make sure I got to see. And Jeff says, congrats for getting the wife to go along with the model shoot.
I told her if we didn't get her to do it, she was going to do it. She's like, come on, Claire, you going out to the pool.
Oh, man. That's a great thing, man. You've got a signature style, and it's fantastic, buddy. I love your photos. I love your work.
I think Joe is going to buy a fish tank for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I would have left as soon as not only did you say I want you to go in this pool, but then you go, wait, I got to put the black paper in the bottom first. I would have been running away.
But, I tried my pickup line on a girl at the CBD shop. She didn't bite.
That's a Dexter moment for those of you who remember Dexter.
Yeah. Joe, you should have gone to your local pet store. You could have just gone by the aquariums being like, hey, I see you like fish also. Would you like to be one in a photo?
When I was in there looking, I was seeing all these other fish tanks, and I was like, oh man, I could do so much.
All right. This is Hank DiNardo, and it's food. Hank, are you in the chat? Because that's all you gave me. But I hope he comes in. I hope he's in the chat, and I hope he'll speak up. because I'm trying to figure out if he's a chef or what.
I would have to ask him, is this the appetizer for the appetizer?
Yeah, that's like you're trying to figure out whether that's a Jello type of creation or what that is.
I usually don't eat very many things that are green.
Well, yeah, I'll tell you this: it is definitely a creation, though. Very well decorated. That's the reason I wanted to ask and see what's going on here. Hang on a second. Watch out. Everybody, get ready. Get ready. You ready? You ready, Vahagen?
Yep.
Is he coming in?
Moz,
what's up, guys?
Moz. Got the shades on. Watch out.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Hey, so Hank's in here. Hank, man, I like this, but he said that's a sweet shot. Okay. So are you a chef, or I mean, he sent me several photos, and he's got these platings going on, man. Is this you, or just wondering? No, we got to give him a chance to respond. Damaz is in the house. Real Nikon lover. Yes, he is.
How's it going, guys? Is my mic hot, Chuck?
No, it sounds good.
Wait a minute.
Okay, I don't know, Hank. Maybe we got the delay going on, but man, you sent me some photos, man. That's real chef work, and if that's what you do, hey, man,
good job.
I'm telling you, you know what you're doing.
And you see all the little specks of around in the white area, correct? That complements the little drops of sauce, I presume.
Mm-hmm.
If you have only the white area around the circle, but we need an explanation what it is. It's
see that's like that's too nice.
Get on the panel here.
You know,
is that the northern version of key lime pie?
Yeah. Real Nikon lover says, now I'm hungry.
Maybe it's like a Jello interpretation of a bunt cake.
Yeah. It does look like it's a gelatin type of thing of some sort.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My guess is it's probably a mixture of all those stuff that's on top of it.
Yeah, that little asparagus thing throws me off right there.
Like a puree type of thing?
Yeah. Yep, and then frozen. And it's just basically
kind of looks like the slime they used to use on YTV.
Oh, here you go. Windows Catering Company. Let me throw this up here real quick. Windows Catering Company. I've cooked for every president since Jimmy Carter. Wow. It's an asparagus panna cotta.
Oh, well,
man. Well, we have royalty in the house tonight. Man. Yeah,
I knew they didn't eat like we did.
Not worthy.
Yeah. We're scum. We suck.
So Nick's asking, are you in DC, Hank? He'll get back to us here. All right. Well, it's cool. He sent me others, and then he sent me this one right before we went on and said to use it. But yeah, man, you're the real deal. I want to come over and eat at your house.
DC 40 years.
40 years.
Wow. Now you got to share some other food photos with us.
I want
to see the hamburgers you made for Trump.
Yeah.
That's what I just said. What did he cook for Trump? Corn dogs on the Barbie?
Yeah. For Mickey D's to make him some burgers. Be perfect.
And I agree there with Jeff and Leslie. Great photo too, correct? I mean,
wow,
it's everything focused, everything tack sharp. The texture and I presume there's some fish eggs, the little round things. Wow, beautiful.
So yeah, what is this? What are we? I know you said sweet, but what are we looking at? Because everybody's guessing, and us hillbillies were coming up with things like, well, it's Jello.
Well, he said it's an asparagus panna cotta.
Oh, what's in a panna cotta?
I have no clue. I'm not.
What is a panna cotta?
Panna cotta, I don't know.
I can tell you right
A
now,
panna
listening
cotta,
to
don't.
Gustavo, he watches too much Hell's Kitchen or Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives.
I mean,
Yeah, Hank, I'm
That's
wondering,
cool,
what's your least favorite president you ever cooked for? Like, if there was one that was just like, I want a key lime pie, and that was the only thing he ever wanted, and you were like, please, let me cook something else. But he's like, no, it's the lime or nothing.
Man, that's quite an impressive resume. So hats off to you, buddy, and thanks for sharing that with us.
But you see, Chuck, now we get another surprise from this community, correct? Who will know that we have somebody that has cooked for presidents and do such a wonderful photography, correct? I mean, it's fantastic. That's another side of the creative side of Hank, correct? The cooking and the photography.
Yeah. It's molecular gastronomy, gastronomy.
Let's make it
show them the short ribs to these hillbillies. I can't even read the comment.
Don't worry, Chuck. I got some craft dinner coming right your way. It's gonna be great. Big league and huge.
Oh man, I love Kraft spaghetti dinners. Fantastic, the best spaghetti in the world. No Italian can cook better spaghetti than Kraft. and Kraft mac and cheese is just fantastic as well. I could live off both.
Mosman.
What's up, V?
What's happening, bro? You back?
Yeah, I'm back. I left North Carolina on Thursday. I got home today, so I had a little adventure. Yeah.
Laid you out at the beach for 2 days, huh?
Yeah. Since my flight out of North Carolina got delayed, so I missed my flight into Orange County, so I had to get rerouted to LAX. They lost my luggage, so I figured just make a weekend out of it. Got a beach hotel room on the beach for a couple days.
Nice.
Tough life.
Yeah.
I told my grandson we're going to eat a real famous Italian chef meal for lunch, and that was Chef Boyardee.
The chef.
Chef Boyardee pizza's the best pizza. I don't care where you're from, and I don't want to hear any New York people telling me that it isn't any good. It is. It's better than New York pizza.
I like that famous chef, Chef Dinty Moore too. You know, he's pretty good.
So is this Mr. Ishii or Mr. Wayne here?
This is Millerad.
Ah.
Yeah.
What is
Now,
that
gear
in the top
used.
left? Is that like aliens
I don't
about to
know.
come through?
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Yeah,
So you use the D50, the 5300 D5300 with a Nikkor 18-105, shot at 18 millimeter at f11, exposure time 4 seconds, ISO 100. He used his camera bag as a tripod to achieve the desired shutter speed without increasing ISO. It's a shot of the Petronas Twin Towers.
Yep.
Kuala Lumpur.
Yeah.
Yep.
But what make this picture? I mean, everybody that goes to Kuala Lumpur take a picture. The sky, brother.
Oh, yeah.
The sky. The sky.
Yeah.
Can you zoom in right there, Chuck? What is that? Oh.
It's aliens.
What is that?
What it almost looks like was there was something else there. Maybe he used a spot treater to try to
Maybe
get
a
rid of
tree.
it.
I'm thinking from the position, probably a tree.
It's a glitch in the Matrix, guys.
No,
Yeah.
I think it's a tree.
Hey, we found her escape.
I got a question for Hank real quick. Hey, Hank, you could just answer in the comments. Where are you from now? And are you still cooking for presidents?
Yeah, he said he's
Will
been
you cook for Vahagan?
years.
Now, that was me, John. But what I'm saying, it looks like a tree up in the upper left corner. So more from the position of how things look there.
Beautiful.
All right. I like it, Millerad. I think he was pushed to get a photo, and he wanted to submit a photo because I know he's not at home right now because we went back and forth several times trying to link up to get the photo to come through. He was trying to do everything through his cell phone, but we got it done, Millerad. We got it done, man. I like it. I like it. I like where you tried to get rid of Godzilla up there in the corner before he ate the towers. No, it's a cool shot, man. And the sky, I agree. The sky is what really makes it.
I would almost go vertical with just the two towers.
We're all in trouble now.
John, you should put his photo in there. Was it Diana?
Mr. John Ishii.
Ishii is now in the house.
Yeah, sorry guys, I'm a little late. I had to take my mother-in-law out for early what do you call it, Mother's Day lunch.
Hi, John.
Wow.
Hey,
it's good that you get along with your mother-in-law.
You know why? I tell you why. Because she can't speak English and I can't speak Chinese, so we just.
That's perfect. You just talk about cameras and she just nods.
Exactly. You got it. You got it.
All right, guys. This is the last one that I had downloaded for the regular. I mean, for the show tonight. Now I have several more, but I'm gonna have to reset Bridge to get it to pick up those photos. But before I do that, I'm gonna leave this photo up here. I will read you the information. And Michael Drees, it's from Michael Drees, a reddish egret, Fort DeSoto Park, Florida, and this was shot on April 18th of last month. Nikon D500, 500 PF lens, 1/3200th of a second at f7.1 ISO 1250. So there are the stats on the gear. And of course, you guys have seen it on the screen there. Doesn't do it justice. It's another one of those photos that you really have to see it on a big screen, man. It's a beautiful photo. It really is.
Yeah, lovely.
Looks like we don't often get the red ones down here.
But yeah, it's a beautiful photo.
Oh, that's nice.
And Gustavo's saying good low angle. Yep. Great catch.
He probably was lying down in the floor there. I mean,
yeah,
to get that angle.
All right, guys, I'm going to leave this up. You can talk about that, or you can go on about other things. I'm past my break, my sanctioned or my whatever it is.
Scheduled
break. Yeah, well, it is scheduled.
Sponsor?
But
sponsored by M&M.
Sponsored break is brought to you by M&M's and not Nikon. Powering Chuck Daly.
What's that?
Oh,
the non-Nikkor.
Yeah, I saw those.
That,
and the laws are waiting to happen.
That one lens looks pretty
Michael,
sweet. That 35.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's not it. There it is right there.
So this photo, one of the things that I like is that little splash of water. In this type of photos, you get that splash of water and the leg just out. It works much better. That is the two legs are in the water, correct? So that's the kind of thing that people like Jeff and all this that do wildlife, that's where we pay attention, right? If you manage to capture that level of detail, that makes differentiate this picture from other pictures.
Yeah, or you get the water droplets coming off the bill.
Exactly.
You know, that type of thing. And
exactly.
So it's something that just makes it stand out a little bit more.
Yeah, beautiful.
Hey, Roy.
I really like the natural colors too. Like the water isn't too blue, so it still really like brings you to the bird without being like over the top.
And you notice that also this picture is backlit, correct? So this in order to get, so you always get that flat light from behind you. Sometimes you get a good picture, but the fact that it's a little bit backlit here, that add to the more contrast. So very
difficult shot.
Also, shooting out from the water into the land.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Roy.
Well, I think he set up a swimming pool and then asked the bird to go in it.
Oh, brought a fish tank.
A fish tank.
To get that Velo angle. No,
Hey, the next time I go to the swamp, I am carrying my fish tank with me.
Definitely do it because it's fantastic.
I just told my wife it's going to suck if water gets in here.
Yeah. No, that's a wonderful photo as well.
Very nice.
Yeah, I have seen using fish tank, Joe, these kind of split photos that you can see the sky and the landscape, and then you see underwater a fish or those are something in the foreground, but the foreground is on the water and the background, the background is behind. That techniques work very well.
I told my wife I need an extra fish tank so I can put a strobe in one and get some nice side light coming in.
Wow.
Feral Man, he said, wow, that's a great action shot. Yeah, it is. It is. It's a beautiful photo. So, Michael, I sent you the link. He'd asked for the link. I send it, and hopefully he'll take us up on that. However, if you come in the next few minutes, you're going to have to wait, because now I'm going to take this photo down. Let's go back to the full panel where everybody can see everybody. And all right, guys, I will be right back. Don't burn my house down. Well, if you do, at least you got to testify in court that you did it. I didn't ask you to do it.
You'll be able to move sooner if we do.
Insurance money, because going through a realtor is going to be a headache.
Yeah, so true. All right, guys, I will be right back.
Hey, Vahagan, good to see you, man. I saw your video this morning. Can you hear me?
There we go. Sorry, I was on mute.
Yeah,
thanks, man. Good to see you too.
200, 600.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got the scoop, man. Where'd you get the scoop on that?
It's actually Nikon Rumors. It's a rendering of.
Oh, really?
Somebody made it up.
So you think it's going to be a 180 to 600 or 200?
200 to 600.
Yeah, I don't know. Some are saying now 150 to 600.
So do you know how they make that rendering? I mean, it's rendering makes it's a construction, right?
Yeah. Somebody just made it up.
But it looks very nice. Really? Even when you zoom in, it looks like a real lens.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Hey, we should ask Hank DiNardo to make a cake in the image of what he thinks the Z8 will look like. And take a picture. There you go.
That's an
Hey,
idea.
do you think it's real? What if it's real?
Exactly.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised.
I just wish it was a straight 5.6.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Be
more than $2,000.
I would pay the extra to have a straight 5.6.
Yeah, me too.
And then they could have put the nail in Sony and Canon's coffin with that lens.
Yeah, Joe. Not only that, and they put a TC. If Nikon or Nikon come with one of those, 200 to 600 with a teleconverter, that will be a killer lens.
Oh yeah.
The problem is, guys, they got to come out with a lens that most people can afford to buy. If they do all that stuff, it's going to be too expensive, and they've got too many lenses out there now.
Well, the 200 to 500
that are really, really high priced.
The 200 to 500 was a straight 5.6.
Yeah, it is.
I mean,
and there's also 600 PF on the list.
One extra 100 millimeters shouldn't make that big of a difference to make it 5.6.
I agree.
I just want the price to be low. That I agree. I mean, like my only telephoto on my bag's a what is it? A 70 to 200 2.8, the original F mount one, and I got that for like $250 US. So it was like pretty cheap. So if they could come out with like a, less than 1,000, that would be pretty cool.
Not going to be less than 1,000.
I don't mind the 100 to 400 being a variable aperture lens because it's I mainly use it for landscapes. But 200 to 600 is pretty much a wildlife lens, And I just think a 5.6 would have been much more beneficial.
Hey, look who's in the chat, Lance. What's up, man?
Hey, Lance, how's it going?
He's asking you, Moz, how do you see through the shades?
I don't know. How does anyone see through shades?
His eyes he has circles around his eyes from all his flight delays. So
I actually do, yeah.
He has to cover it up, man.
Hey, Moz, you mean you're not part of the Rolling Stones?
No. Not that old, man. Come on.
Remember that?
Yeah.
He's been listening to Corey Hart a little too much.
I'm not a big Corey Hart fan, but I know the song. Yeah. It was all over MTV back in the day.
Yeah.
Oh, MTV.
They used to play music on that channel.
Yeah, they did.
It was really good.
Used to come home from school and flip on MTV.
Yep. We're showing our age, man.
Yeah.
Tell me about it. Speaking of age, Roy and I are exactly the same age. We're born on the same day.
Wow. Really? Same year.
Right, Roy?
Yeah.
Roy and I are born on the same year, the same day.
Twins.
June 21st. I looked at his profile, so I couldn't believe it. June 21st, 1956. Exactly the same day, same year. Go figure.
Not the same time, though.
I wouldn't be surprised.
You were born in where? Seattle?
I was born on a U.S. Army base in Tokyo, Japan.
Oh, wow.
My old man was in the Army.
That's crazy.
Yeah, mine too.
Stationed at Camp Drake. No, Washington Heights, Tokyo.
Roy was born with photo equipment around him.
Roy was born at Nikon.
Yeah, they were just like holding him up to the sun, like in Lion King, and they were just like Nikon. And they got like struck by like a Nikon light bolt.
Hey, Lance, welcome back, man.
I wear
Good to see you.
sunglasses at night, so I can.
All right, let me get queued up.
Hey, Roy, is that your childhood home right there?
There he is. There he is.
He didn't get to play with blocks when he was young. He had just like started off slow with about 20 lenses.
Hey, who can guess this line from a TV series? Okay, whoever can guess this, I'll give you $100. Ready?
Okay, do it.
Here we go.
All right.
Look at this effing lineup right here, man. Are they giving tokens away at the tunnel? Johnny Sag. Anybody?
Scarface?
No idea.
Sopranos.
I said Johnny Sack. That's why.
Yeah, you gave it away with that.
Tony, what was his name when he walks into the poker game? The short guy.
Joe Pesci?
No. The short guy.
No.
What's his name?
Joe Trujillo?
Yeah, he walks into the poker game and he wants his money. Look at this effing lineup over here.
You got to make it easier for me, Vahagan.
Chuck only watches YouTube, Vahagan. He doesn't have time for TV.
So here are all the photos that came in after the fact, and I'm going to pull them up, and we will go through these, and then it's open chat for whatever, because I know everybody's chomping at the bit for some other discussions. I'm just happy we have 48 people in here viewing. This is the core audience, by the way. The folks that are in here right now, they come for the photo review. Everybody else comes for the
Z8
chat on here and Z8 and whatever. But hey, I'm just happy that we have folks in here that enjoy this. All right, so you all know who you are. I have no information, and I'm going to pull them up here, and we will go to town. All right, you know who you are.
I took this one. Yeah, this was with the
All right,
Z8. I duct taped it to a Pelican and I sent it flying. No, so I took this one at about 5:30 in the morning, downtown Calgary, with my Mini 3 Pro. Shot that in the RAW format, so 10-bit color. Just shot natural tones, did a little bit of editing in Capture 123 Enterprise. And the building there on the right, that's City Hall, the cascading one. You got the Bow River in the background. You got the ice rink down the bottom. And then on the left side, the building that's kind of cropping it all is the Telus, I forget what it's called, Telus Sky building. And that whole building lights up. So if you guys ever seen buildings downtown Calgary and it's got the whole building lit up with like a British flag or stuff like that, it's that building.
Can you fly
Cool.
drones in downtown?
Technically, if it's under 250 grams, you can't not fly drones in downtown. So basically, obviously, it changes province by province, but the city of Calgary doesn't have a bylaw prohibiting micro drones. Basically, you just got to make sure you're not flying near helicopters and make sure you don't go higher than the Calgary Tower. Because if you go higher than the Calgary Tower, then you're in restricted airspace.
Oh, I see.
And this was taken, Joe, from where? From your apartment or from your office?
No, from his drone.
Oh, a drone. I flew a drone up.
You drone. Okay, well, beautiful.
Yeah, and that's clear, dude. It's really nice quality.
That's sharp.
I'm amazed there's only one ice rink in the photo.
Yeah.
Send it, Nick.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. Go ahead.
Hey, so what about those Seattle Kagans? Huh? They're gonna kill off Vegas, huh? Hey.
Oh, I'm rooting for the Kraken. If the Kraken can win, it's a great day. I mean, it's either the Kraken or Florida. I can't cheer for any other Canadian team except my own. So, to heck with Toronto.
Do y'all still have a baseball team up there, Toronto Blue Jays?
Yeah. There's still, they're interesting.
They're trying to learn how to play baseball.
Well,
Most of the players come from overseas.
They had some good years. They had a few good years.
Yeah, 100%. So yeah, obviously same drone, same time of morning. Got the Calgary Tower there in the foreground. Got the hockey arena on the back right there. That building that looks like an ugly kind of diaper shape. That's the home
Looks
of the
like
Flames.
Pringles chip.
Yeah, they call it the
you can
saddle
get that
dome because it was
close,
supposed to look like a horse saddle.
You
Joe,
can get
let me
that
ask you a
close.
question here. Can you do like a panel and then make a composite 360 around, or with your drone?
Yeah,
or?
I've got some videos actually. I've
Okay.
done doing 360 around the tower, both in vertical and portrait. Sorry, portrait and horizontal.
It's cool, Joe.
Thanks.
Even a drone. Cool, man.
It's cool that you can fly a drone in the city.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's lucky.
Like he says.
Yeah.
Raise your hands. Who's got drones?
I do, but I never use it.
That's a drone shot behind me right now of South Korea.
All right. Real Nikon Lover says he has a drone. All right. Thanks, Joey.
My pleasure.
Again, these are all the photos that came in after the fact.
Sorry, Chuck.
No, it's okay. It's all right. Speak up.
That's mine. That's when I went out with Jeff in Wilmington on the beach. It's pretty heavy crop, but I haven't even gone through all my photos. I was going through, and I just thought that little guy had some personality. And if you zoom in on it, you can see there's a lot of water spray in the shot. So I just thought, he's sort of giving me the eye to make sure I'm not getting too close. And there's some spray in there, and I just like the contrast.
Is that blowing sand that you see there?
It's sand and water, yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's
That's what
posing
makes
for
it.
you, Moz man.
Awesome.
It was pretty windy on the beach, that's for
Yeah.
sure. There was a strong breeze.
I like the amount of
I like
compression
the
you
mod.
got on it too. Like it really focuses on the foreground, like that sort of
Yeah.
atmospheric dust, and the
Yeah, that's
birds
the-
just like boom.
That's the 400 4.5 lens.
Exactly. That's a 400, correct?
Yep.
Beautiful. No, I love the texture of the foam with the sand particles. That's what makes the photo.
And the light on the bird, it's kind of mixed up where you got a bit of brightness on the top and then shadow on the side. So it's like, where is the sun? We don't know. It's awesome.
We didn't know either.
All right.
This one's for Roy. This one I took at Huntington Beach State Park, Jeff's stomping grounds, and that's with the Z9 and the 400 4.5 as well.
Man, look at the sharpness. Damn.
Good lens.
Looks so clean.
Nice.
And the water's so smooth.
The water has this amazing texture to it. Look like dragon scales or something.
See, I like it almost assuming as Chuck is showing it, right? Yeah. Really zoom in there.
Mhm.
Beautiful. Not that zoom.
Maybe a bit too much at
Exactly.
800%.
Yeah, it's
But at 400%, we can see the beach or the whatever. It's cool. Cool, Maz. Thanks for sending them, man.
Godzilla's offspring.
So what is that
Yeah.
reddish thing in the what is that reddish thing on the in the water? That's
In the water.
That's his body.
Okay.
But is this shoot the water there? What was I going to say? It has that reddish tint, or can have that reddish tint with the sun, right?
Like tanning.
Yeah.
Oh
Tanning,
yeah, it's not
the
that. Yeah, I
tanning.
know what you're talking about. It's not that.
Okay.
This is pretty. Jeff would know more than I do.
Yeah, I mean the smaller gators. I mean they'll actually have orange in them until a certain age.
So Jeff, let me ask you a question here, because this is like Tim was saying. This is your. Did you get a lot of little ones? When they start the mama start making that noise. Do you get a lot of nests?
Well, I haven't seen any little ones.
Okay.
Well, I've seen ones that are maybe
like
3 feet.
Okay.
Maybe, but not the baby ones where they have a lot of orange in the
exactly
body color.
Yes.
But the noises that you're hearing right now is grunts because it's mating season for them right now.
They're bellowing now.
They're bellowing now, yeah, to try to have babies.
Exactly.
Mookie, this was in South Carolina.
You took this, Jeff, or Maz?
No, Maz.
No, I took this. So there's a funny story behind
this. Were you together?
Yeah, we were together.
Yeah, he was dangling me. He had a rope around my neck and he was leaning me over the water.
So we're in Huntington Beach State Park, and Jeff knows this place inside and out. I don't. I'm not used to alligators. So we're walking down this pathway, and we've got water on literally both sides of us. And all of a sudden, I hear what sounds like an escaped lion from the zoo. And it's in front of us, and we're walking towards it. And I'm a little apprehensive, and Jeff said, "Oh, that's just a gator." And then we're walking toward the gator, I guess, to take a photo of it. And all of a sudden, behind us is an even louder lion. So we're like trapped between these two, what I think are, sound like lions in the zoo, and they're gators. And if you're not used to that, it was a little concerning. But yeah, it was pretty. It was an amazing trip. Never seen gators in the wild like that, and certainly never heard gators sound like that.
Hey guys, Joey's got to go. Hey Joey, thanks for dropping in with us, man. Glad to have you. Check out Joe Man's Land on YouTube. Joey's got some great videos over there, and we always want to plug our fellow community members. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. Thanks so much, Chuck. And yeah, awesome photos tonight. Really great variety. Even ended on some scary gators. That's awesome. So no, keep it up, guys. Awesome work. And if you're in the chat and you're thinking, man, I'm feeling motivated, get out and do something. Get out there, take some photos, take lots of bad ones, and find something that kind of makes you proud, right? Like you're gonna take a bunch of duds before you feel like, man, this is my style, this is what I want to do. So you're not going to know unless you take that risk, and just have some fun with it.
See you later, Joey.
Thank you, Joe.
Thanks, y'all. Cheers.
See you, Joe.
See ya.
All right.
Here's your nice gator, Moss.
Nice.
He got too close.
Yeah.
All right.
Nice picture.
Go ahead, V.
Who's that?
Biography.
Yeah.
Nice picture.
So was you paragliding or skydiving?
Nah, things that I shoot that I don't really do for work excite me. So, so shooting things that normally I don't get paid for, like things like this, or going out.
That's the best one.
Cool.
Yeah. So just pretending I'm this, I don't know, photojournalist or something.
Well, no. First of all, how did you take this photo?
Okay. By the way, this photo is taken with a 2008 5D Mark II.
Okay.
With a 405.6 USM lens.
How did you get above this plane, or was it flying down the street and the city was on fire?
Yeah, there's fire behind it. I was on the on the hill.
Okay.
So I went to the top of the street, as high as I can go, and pulled out the camera and shot with the Canon.
It's cool, man. It's a cool photo. It really is.
And the dark area looks just like the shape of a V. I don't think he could have done any better.
I actually cropped some of it. It's not the full resolution. There was a little bit of hillside I cut out, but I just like the whole vibe of where the airplane is in the dark there.
Yeah, but the texture in the smoke. Now that we know it's clouds, but it's smoke. The texture in the smoke, fantastic.
Yeah, so I mean, like I said, portraits and weddings. Depending on what I'm showing, but I like to just show things that I normally don't do, and sports and things like this, and they excite me. I don't know.
Yeah.
No, that's a great catch, Vaughan. I mean, again, my question was, how did you get this shot? Because you're looking down at the top of the plane. I mean, that begs for how. So now that I know you were on higher ground and this is flying lower, is that one of those water planes that drops water or retardant or something on the fire?
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
There was a DC-10, cool. And then this little guy right here. But yeah, I was, like I said, full frame, 400 millimeter, 5.6 at 5.6, with the 2008 camera. So
cool.
Yeah,
one of those for years, man.
And I kind of wanted to put like black and white look the best. This color version looks good too, but I kind of like the darks and the.
No, I think it's a lot more dramatic. I haven't seen the color version, but I really like it in black and white.
This is the monochrome version, man. This is a monochrome.
Yeah, it definitely makes it looks like it's in the clouds more so than it's smoke in the fire.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, I'm really into monochrome now. I don't know. I'm just liking it.
There's a Leica with your name on it.
Really?
Yeah, really, Jishi.
Vog, are you really into it now?
Yeah, I'm falling in love with monochrome. I don't know what it is.
Cool.
Look, I'm monochrome today. See?
I noticed that when you started.
That's right.
Yeah, so I don't know, man. I want to play with that monochrome. I want to see if there's a difference. I know a couple of guys that they turn their D800s into monochrome, but I don't know. Change the sense.
There's a slight difference. Be a slight difference.
What was that?
Can I give you just a little suggestion?
Sure.
If you want to shoot monochrome, I mean, film wise or digitally, I use DxO Lab, and they have all these samples or presets of different kinds of film.
Oh, those are really. Have those too.
They have about 10, at least 10 different types of black and white film, and their Triax and their T-Max 100. I was quite shocked at how accurate it was.
Yeah,
because back in the day we could only afford Triax, and it was the DxO Lab does an excellent job in emulating that. Might want to check it out.
I will, and I saw that. What was that? Who had that M11?
Yeah.
The guys, Petapixel guys.
Oh, you saw that?
Chris?
No.
Yeah.
Chris and Jordan.
They did street photography with it or something.
Was it M11 monochrome?
Yeah, you didn't. Did you watch that?
Yeah, I saw it.
What did you think? What did you think of the shot?
Well, we touched it and played around with it in Hong Kong. What do you think? Tell me what you think.
Oh, that's right, we did, and yeah. I mean, but it's so expensive. It's like how much is it? $10,000.
Body only.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just, and then here's the deal with the M11 monochrome, that the sensor is a special type of sensor. So then they had to develop a new 50 mm Sumilux, to pair with it. So that's another what?
9,000.
That's another $8,000. So you're into this thing like $18,000.
Well, yeah. Anyway, this shot right here. What? How much can you get a 5D Mark II for? 400
$500 maybe.
That's a great old little lens, the 400 5/6. You know, I don't know. I like it. You know, but
If you want to go monochrome, man, that new Pentax is already sold out. That thing is hot.
And by the way, Chuck, this shot was taken handheld, so it's a good.
It's cool,
It's fun,
man.
you know. It's fun doing something that you're not doing normally. That's why I like going out, maybe shooting birds and maybe sports or something like that. So
You shot that one
cool.
back in the day, 2000.
No, yeah, sorry, Chuck. This was back in the day.
No, it's okay. You know, like I said, man, I don't like doing the whole theme thing anyway. I'd rather people just post the photos that they'd like to post.
I was gonna show you everything that I have shot in the past. What is it? 30 days. The thing here. It was all work and portraits. I didn't want to show any of that, but it just didn't excite me. But just went back in the day. I just wanted to show you guys what a 15-year-old camera can do. You know, you don't need the new stuff.
Oh, no problem. That thing is beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've always liked black and white, and that's what I was shooting last month when I shot the girls with the 85 1.2, and I just finally cleaned up some of them, and I just love the drama of black and white. And
yeah, who's the talent, Chuck?
As you're looking at the photo on the right, that's my stepdaughter. Amanda, by the way, she got her. She finally finished up her PhD, and she is now Dr. Amanda Pachuco.
Wow!
And to her left is one of her therapists. She has her own practice, and that's one of her therapists, and her name is Mia. And both of them are fantastic. We had a great time shooting that day. You know, nothing spectacular on my end, but you know, we had a good time, and this is my style, by the way. I like dramatic portraits, but you know, I'll shoot well-lit portraits when I do her photos for her website and things like that. That's no problem. But this is the fun.
You did some post on it?
Yeah, I cleaned it up a little bit, gave the highlights a little going over. The thing here is Amanda is so fair-skinned, and Mia has that just natural olive, complexion. So they contrast with each other, and there's no way without cheating real hard to get the two to match, and nor would I want to. I like just the different colors anyway. So anyway, it's just fun.
Beautiful catch light. I love the catch light, Chuck.
Yeah,
I like it.
Yeah.
Soft.
No. Well, thanks.
This is with your 85, your new 85.
Yep. And that was at, I think I was shooting at 1.2, but the issue with that, of course, is when you have one person that's just a little bit behind the other, not on the same plane as the eyes, it's going to pick up the closest eye. And then you can tell at 1.2 that the other person is, 15 centimeters behind or whatever. But I think I went to 2 or 2.8, I'm not sure. And that was enough to give me just that slightly better depth of field to capture both of them. When it was just one of them that I was shooting, then it was at 1.2 and it worked out just fine. So everybody that says you can't shoot at 1.2 in the studio, yes, you can. Maybe not for corporate headshots, but for something to have fun with, it works out real well. So anyway,
see, Chuck, for me, what makes the picture as well is the arm and the little reflection, the arms, and the fact that they are mirroring the arms, the way they're twisted.
Yep.
So what catch my eye is actually the faces are great and beautiful, but it's the arms that for me get the composition going there.
Yeah, and anybody that shoots models or even just shooting portraits, other than just the family portrait where everybody's hugging or whatever, hands and arms are always the most difficult thing to pose. And most people that if they're not a model, they don't know that. They don't know how to do that. And I've been working with them, playing around, just shooting a lot of photos with very micro movements and working on the hand placement and the arms and things like that. And they're getting pretty daggone good. I think they're fantastic, actually. So we're having fun. So thank you, Gustavo.
And
Good
Cool
job,
is
Ted. Very
asking,
nice.
what strobe did you use, Chuck?
This was with the AD600 at, what is it, 256th power. And
I have that flash. It's really nice.
Yeah. I mean, it takes almost no power at all when you're shooting so wide.
Is yours a flashpoint? Okay,
Yes.
yeah, same thing. Godok's flashpoint.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Same flash.
Wayne's got to step away for a minute, folks. So I suppose that means he'll be back. Just letting everybody know. Be back in a bit, he says.
Hey, by the way, guys, I just caught up on the comments. Thanks, everybody. I was reading them. Yeah.
All right.
That's pretty.
That looks like Daniel Venter. Also,
Is this Daniel Venter?
Yes, it
is. Natural light, baby.
He got pinged. Yeah, I had to get mine in before his.
I think he's using a reflector here.
But he said he heard the ping, and I invited him to come in and sit on the panel with us. But he said no, it's too late. He's getting ready to go to bed. But he asked if he could, if I'd post one of his photos. Absolutely. I mean, this is just like you, Joe. He has a style that you can't miss, just like Joe has. Joe has a style you can't miss. Beautiful photo, though. I mean, beautiful. He's running all kinds of workshops and things now. I hope you guys, if you didn't see the interview with Daniel over on Vahography Talks, you need to go look that up because, Daniel's an interesting person, just a fantastic photographer. And it's not just his photography, it's his editing as well, but that's all available. He has a site set up for it, but check out his site, Daniel Venter. And man, I mean, what can you say? You look at a photo like that.
The backlight, the dog looking at you, the brown color of the jacket complementing. I mean, he's fantastic.
Well, that's one of the things that he does is he coordinates colors very well, opposing colors, matching colors, not opposing, but
Complementary colors.
Complementary colors. Yeah. He and his wife both, they both work at that. They're very good at it. And
hey, by the way, do you guys use reflectors on scene instead of flash?
I don't.
I do sometimes.
It's nice, isn't it? Just to catch that sun.
Or a little full flash.
Yeah. I tell you, if the client ain't happy with that, I would never shoot people again.
And the rim of light around the fair hair of the boy. Fantastic.
Can you zoom in on the dog's eyes?
Yeah.
He's definitely using a reflector or some flash.
It's in the dog's eyes.
Yeah.
It's probably a flash.
Man. Yeah, the highlight on top you were talking about, Gustavo, with the sunlight there. Yeah.
He said he doesn't use any strobes anymore.
Nope.
It's got to be a reflector.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or he wears a big white shirt like Seth.
So I don't know what focal length he was using because it's typically a long focal length
200
that he uses. Well, no, not
that's a 105. I'd be willing to bet.
Because, well, you think about it, the reflector has to be close enough to actually provide some the amount of fill that it is, and you can see it obviously.
Put a hole in it. Shove the lens through.
Well, it could be. You're absolutely right. It could be. I don't know, but That's why I would say it would be a little closer. We got another participant. Let's see. Hang on. Everybody, welcome David, the drunk wedding photographer.
Hello, David, if you're there.
Hey, David.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, awesome.
Yes, sir.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going well, buddy. You got in here just in time. We're just about to wrap this up. The photo review. And then it's on to other whatever.
I sent my image in. Hopefully it's not too late.
I don't. You know what? I think well, we're gonna find out here in a minute. And I think I told somebody else to send an image in. Man.
Hey, John. Look.
Yeah.
Geez,
yeah. See it? It's for you, bro.
What is it?
What is it?
Looks like Absolute bottle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tequila.
Tequila. Dun, 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 dun.
Nice. You know what? Matter of fact, I'll probably pour me some too.
Forget pouring, bro. Just drink straight from the bottle.
Downloading another photo, folks. Hang on a second.
Daniel photos are always fantastic.
You're in a monochrome mood.
He often is.
I suggest you check this guy's book out.
What does it say? I think you're
mirror your image.
It's Genesis by Sebastião Salgado.
Oh, I've heard of that.
Oh yeah,
probably one of the
Joe. That guy, he's the
best documented photographers on the planet.
I visited one of his exhibitions in London when I was living there a long time. I mean, and big prints,
Yeah,
wall size of those Brazilian mines where there is people like working. I mean, amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. You can be watching one of those, spend half an hour just looking at the picture.
I got the book, Gustavo. The book weighs about 40 pounds.
Exactly.
I got several of his books. He's, I've been studying his work ever since I started photography, and he's.
I'll check it out, bro. I'll check it out. Hey, Hank, you paying attention over there? Hey, kids, don't drink and drive.
Just drink.
Drink while taking photos at a party.
Don't drink, okay, kids? Or else to be a drunk wedding photographer.
Yes, like me.
All right. I think I got one more image to download, guys. Give me a minute.
When I'm kind of buzzed at a wedding, John.
Yeah.
I feel like I take better shots.
Yeah, same here. I know, like it's I don't know. Some people think that's crazy, but no, yeah, you actually get more in the mood and you kind of feel like what the guests are feeling, So you get I think you get more better action shots.
Yeah.
Me personally speaking.
Hey, John, are you familiar with the work of Eugene Richards?
No.
He reminds me a lot of Salgado.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Cooley, don't drink and take your credit card to a camera store. All right?
No, don't drink and super chat because sometimes you add one too many zeros.
I take my hat off to all wedding photographers. I don't know how you do it. I just don't know.
I'll tell you how we do it. The paycheck at the end.
It's the most. I've done a lot of photography, but man, I'll tell you, wedding photographers, that is the most difficult.
Yeah, but John, where else are you gonna make like 5 G's at the end of the night?
Yeah.
I'd rather be waterboarded in Guantanamo Bay.
It's up there.
All right.
No, really, it's up there to being waterboarding by our clients.
All right. So we got through the first group.
But you're right, man. It's not easy.
some of the stories you tell me, oh my God.
Yeah, well, to me personally, the most stressful thing is just setting them up. It's just like booking that client and getting everything in line. But after that is I think it's pretty well because I've been doing it for a while. It's pretty easy. But yeah, setting it up.
Well,
is
I mean,
always
you're trying
tough.
to get, a drunk wedding photographer. You're trying to get the shot, and all these iPhones and iPads start flying around.
Well, one thing that I don't mean to segue too much into it, but one thing what I do to avoid that is I started marketing towards like smaller weddings, where it's like up to 100 guests or 50 guests, and usually people follow the rules when the bride says no phones. But when it's a really big wedding, then yeah, it's very difficult to get around the iPad.
All right.
Have you ever done
Speak
a Chinese
up in
wedding?
the chat.
You ever
Speak up
do a
in the
Chinese
chat.
wedding?
Once, the traditional Chinese tea ceremony, just once. That was a long wedding.
I mean,
Those I won't
10
do.
tables with over 1,000 people.
Yeah, that I won't do again. I did it once, and that was enough for me. That and an Indian wedding, they're way too long.
I can't remember who sent this, so speak up in the chat. We'll get to all the sidebar stuff in a bit, guys. Let's get through the photos, and then we can just sit back and have a ball.
What is it, a pheasant?
Yes.
But I don't know. Jay Perry. Jay, it's your photo? Okay, tell us about it, ma'am. Tell us about it.
I know they taste good.
All right.
Hey, Chuck, Matthew Card's looking for a link for audio.
Calling up.
Yeah. Hang on a minute. Hang on a
Steve will
minute.
get onto it for him.
Guys,
Matthew Card.
Guys, I am a one-man show. I'm downloading, moving photos. All right, Jay, tell us about it. Shot this with a Nikon Z9. All right.
Steven or Jared?
Nice and sharp.
Is it a pheasant? What is it? A chicken? Pheasant?
A pheasant.
Pigeon.
It's a multicolored pigeon.
Looks like a strawberry
turkey.
Shot it with a 2 to 500 at 5.6. All right, cool.
Wide open.
It looks good. There must not be much crop to it either, considering.
Sharp where it matters on the eye and the head.
Yeah.
Very underrated lens.
Nice.
Who likes tequila? Nobody?
Anyone ID this bird? What is it?
Pheasant.
Me, I like
Ringneck pheasant.
Okay, got it.
I want to see Jeffrey drunk.
Not gonna happen.
So, a question from Craig asking him how he likes the 2 to 500 on the Z9. He's considering selling his and prep for the 2 to 600.
It's a sharp lens.
All right.
Slow AF on the Z9 compared to newer.
I never liked it. I never liked the 200, 500. I drop kicked it.
Plus, I think it's just too long with the adapter. No.
It's too heavy. It's too long.
You should
And
try the
put
200,
the
400.
FTD adapter on it.
The 200, 400 is twice the
All
weight,
right.
twice the size.
The 200 400 is a tank.
It is. Great lens though, but very heavy.
I had the version 1.
All right, Matthew, tell us about
one.
it. Matthew Card.
Matthew Card. Hey, you know what? Do you want me to get off and have Matthew Card come on?
No, we still have a position. I just got to.
He just wanted audio. He just wanted an audio link.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wants
All
to
right,
pop in.
hang on.
You have 10 people on there,
Get him a link. Yeah,
No, I
I'll
don't.
pop out.
Wait, 2, 4.
It's Chuck plus 10.
Oh, it's Chuck plus.
I'll pop out.
Oh,
No.
I can pop out.
All right, nobody's popping out. God.
Glad you didn't,
Yeah, just
glad
give
you
me
didn't say nothing is popping out. That one.
Get it here, you guys. Hang
Are we
on.
staying here for 10 hours? That's what you say, Chuck?
No, people would like to see their photos real quick, and then we
Yeah.
can do whatever we want to do. But how about we just hang in on one thing to stay focused for just a little bit? Oh man!
Oh, Wayne popped out.
We're photographers. We can't focus on one thing.
Anybody into infrared photography?
Barrel Man's right about the shoes. It's more important than the gear.
Roy, you do infrared?
Yes, I do. I've done it since
There you
film
go,
days. I like the
Matthew.
film one
There you
better.
go, buddy.
I like
All
filming
right.
for it to get false color.
Is this with the DC lens?
What?
The photo on the screen.
How do I know? That's the reason we're bringing Matthew in here. People are just sending photos. I'm just pulling them down off the emails and downloading them, moving them into the folder, and then updating the folder. You following me here, folks? I'm trying to get all these photos in for everybody, rather than just be, some tool that says, no, you're late. Too bad.
Matthew.
All right, Matthew, let's go.
Yeah, you're doing great, Chuck. You're doing great.
Well, thanks. Appreciate that. If I know everybody just wants to sit around and chat, and I think it's great.
You got to get a moderator to help you out.
What are we?
No, make me an admin or something.
I don't know how to do that, but I want to make a bunch of you admins. I'm going to do that.
We're just a bunch of stiffs.
Oh, all right. So I'll tell you what. We will. Let me go back up here. And somebody else sent me a photo, but I don't know where it placed it. So now it's just randomly dropping photos.
I think it was a drunk guy
in the stack. Now I have to go look at and find what's not. There we go. All right. Let me do this one first. All right.
Randall Brander.
That's pretty.
This
All
is
right.
LA.
Matthew, you're going to have to wait a minute. I'll come back to your photo.
No problem.
All right. Okay. Who sent me this?
Oh, you got to turn up your YouTube, Matthew.
So is all that yellow in the background sulfur?
Pollution.
Yeah, pollution. Yeah.
I can't remember who sent it. Again, I'm just pulling the emails up that have a photo.
What does the license plate say? What state?
I'm going to zoom in on that plate. Enhance.
Zoom and enhance.
What is that?
It's not a California plate.
Biggerize it.
Yeah, it's not California.
No, it's foreign.
Wrong side of the road.
Yep.
Can I make a comment on this picture?
Please. That's what we're doing.
The lamp thing, the light.
Yep.
That goes across the picture. You see that?
Yep.
You can't miss it. Needs to be eliminated.
Yeah,
the street light.
Yeah.
The street light sticking in the middle.
Street light. You use content aware and just get rid of it.
Oh no, John! No constructive criticism.
Huh?
That's not allowed.
Oh, it's not allowed. Oh, this thing's awesome. Awesome picture. Awesome.
Nick took this, Chuck?
There you go. This is in Roy's part of the
Other
world.
end of Australia.
Yeah.
Top part.
All right, Nick. Cool. So
Nick, do they drive on that side of the road?
Yeah.
Oh.
We got it around the right way.
He hit 50, Chuck. There you go.
Yep. Yep, the greatest camera ever.
Unless you do
Best-
video.
Best DSLR ever.
Yeah.
It is. Still got
Hey,
mine.
Dude, if me and Moz went to this town, we'd like flip out. Seriously.
Nick, I like it. It's just a nice street shot, man. You got a perfect sky back there. It's fantastic. Nobody else?
So
I'm just wondering if he was shooting it. I'm just trying to figure out, if that's part of a car on the far right. The bottom half of the picture.
Yeah, it looks like the back end. It may have been a crossroad there.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But I like the color in the background. Although the color in the background is a little scary with that tone of yellow. It's that's really interesting color.
Wow, look at that detail. Jeez.
I would use some content aware.
Is this with the D850? Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Still a great camera.
Yeah.
Is that a VR2 lens or the VR3?
The yellow in the background is the setting sun, he says. Okay. Nice warm sun. And Real Nikon Lover says D850 still holds up to Z9 in color and sharpness. Love mine. There you go.
I still love mine.
Yeah, I still got one too. Yeah.
Better for stacked and panos too than the Z9.
Nick says, yeah, it was a car. It was rush hour. Okay.
He's
All
hanging
right.
out the window, is he?
And he goes on and says, I was driving up to the top of this hill and had to stop and take this shot. Cool.
Why not?
I was out in Salt Lake City and we were driving down the road and I was yelling at everybody. We had a car full of folks. We were going to lunch while I was working out there. Stop, pull over. And they didn't know what I wanted. And I got out and got my camera out because there was a lenticular cloud. First time I had ever seen one. And I had to take a picture of it. And they said, what did you take a picture of a cloud for? Too cool. All right.
That's when you say that's the only thing I don't need a model release on.
Exactly. Can't do that. Got to do this. All right. Here's another photo. Let's see. Does this belong to?
It's mine. It was foggy the other day over all the suburbs, so I couldn't resist.
Okay.
That's out the window.
That's Roy's backyard.
It is.
It is. It really is.
And that's
really
the city. That's the city in the clouds.
Yeah.
It's
I
cool.
couldn't help myself.
I don't
Something's
blame you.
different. I have to photograph it.
I'd have been all over that. That would have been a pano right there, man. That is cool.
It is, but the panos don't fit on the show.
Ah, okay.
Man, Roy,
One shot from the
man.
pano.
So which lens, Roy? Which lens?
Good question. It's probably.
All right, Chuck. I'm going to drop out and let somebody else in.
Well, there isn't anybody waiting, but you don't want to hang out for just the chat, the after party.
I can do it for a bit.
Vahagen serving drinks afterwards.
Yeah, Roy, it's a beautiful view, man. I envy you with your that deck that you have out there overlooking that. That's fantastic, man.
Hey, Roy, who are you, man? You're royalty or what? Look at that backyard.
Just lucky to live here.
And
Oh, that's Roy's shot.
You know what that reminds me of? Vahagen will now. Up in La Cañada, coming down on the 2.
Yeah. Except we got a lot of smog.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
It's all clouds. I'm up above the clouds here.
All right, Matthew, you are up.
Hey. Shot D50 frames, focus stacking.
How many?
Okay.
50.
50. Wow.
6.5 gigabyte file.
Wow.
Yeah, kind of weedy 17 gig processing power.
So, what else you got to tell us about it?
Lens is Tamron 1.4.
Tamron. Okay. Hence the.
A 35 1.4 shot of 1.4.
Okay.
And Matthew, these are what lupine flowers. What they call the flower?
A great fish iris.
Cool shot, man. The color is fantastic. Love it.
Like it zoomed in even more.
Is this D700?
D850.
Oh, okay.
50 frames focus stacking.
What?
Yep, 50 frames.
Wow, zoom into that, Chuck, again.
Yeah, the file 6.5 gigabytes.
Jeez. Zoom in. Can you go closer, Chuck?
Yep.
That would have slowed Chuck's computer down, wouldn't it?
Yeah, considerably. So everybody asks, why do I ask for smaller photos? Well,
it took 17 gig of memory to process.
You send him a 6 gig file card?
No.
I know, I'm kidding.
Didn't think so.
My computer would still be downloading it.
No, an email, the most you can send most emails 25 meg for most email servers.
I thought it was 10.
Hey.
The largest I ever sent was 75 meg. It was to McGraw Hill.
Thanks, Moz, man. Thanks for the super sticker, man. Thank you very much.
Absolutely, man. Thanks for my putting up with my late entries every month.
No, that's all right, brother. That's okay. That's okay.
That deserves a Moz, man.
Moz, man.
Have any of you done the focus stacking with the A50 before?
No, I haven't done any focus stacking, honestly.
It's easier than with the Z9 because the Z9 you can't see what you're going to take before you take it.
Yeah. Robert Varner, is it still allowed to take photos with a DSLR?
No. Matthew, did you print that, or do you print those images?
I used to. I used to run an art and music event before COVID.
How big are
ran
you?
gallery shows.
Wow.
But COVID shut everything down. So
Yeah.
now my event's gone.
Oh. Well, how big can you print an image like that?
From a D200, I did 20 by 30 prints.
Oh.
And 16 by 24 metal from a D200. From a from an 850, what do you think? 40 by 60?
Easy.
What is amazing is that with that amount of photo stacking, you still have some out of focus in the background photos. Okay?
Yeah, because I shot at 1.4.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I did on
Even
purpose.
then, you'd think it'd all be sharp.
But I think I like it that it's out of focus in the background, by the way.
I like flowers that are out of focus in the background, though, because it gives more feeling to them.
You just want to have that extra pop of color, and it's nice that it's not everything is sharp.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Hey,
it
Moz.
was in my front yard, so there's a house behind it.
Moz.
Yeah.
Do you watch the Channel 5 News?
No, I don't actually.
KTLA? Oh, okay.
No.
All right, guys, I think that's it. I think we've covered them all. All right.
All right, and I can tell you what that is if you really want to know. That photo.
What is it?
No, it's not in the. I can send it to Chuck if you really want to put it up. It's an old image I sent to V in chat.
No, I'm done downloading photos tonight. So I'm sorry. If there's anybody else out there that really wants to show a photo, you'll have to catch it next month because we had as many come in after the show started as we did before the show.
Well, some of us sent them to the wrong address.
Well, that's why you got to look at the email in the in the description.
Some of us are slacker than others.
There's always the Facebook group too, Chuck.
Yep, absolutely. AP Studios group over on Facebook, man, there are some fantastic photos going through there. I got to tell you, you guys are inspiring me more and more with the photos you're taking. Some of the folks are just knocking it out of the park, right and left. So yeah, by all means, go over there and share your photos there as well. Hey, Matthew, I've got somebody else that wants in. Let me, hey, thanks, man, for coming in and telling us what it was and talking about the photo.
No problem.
Yeah, love the color, man. Real nice.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it.
Got to have a lot of patience to do all that focus stacking and whatnot. That's and then you got to hope you don't have any breeze, right? You don't need anything moving when you're doing it.
All right, guys. Somebody was trying to get in, and they're not there anymore. John just fell asleep waiting on us.
My phone fell.
All right.
Man, the future must
I had
be
it
really
propped
bright.
against this lamp, and it fell over.
All right, here we go. Everybody meet Hank DiNardo. Hank, how are you? Sorry we couldn't get you in sooner. Hank doesn't have any audio yet.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we hear you now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you see me and hear me?
Yes, sir. See you and hear you. You are on.
Hey, your photos will make me hungry, man.
Hang on a second, Hank. I got to hit these super stickers and super chats because I don't deserve any of it.
That's
And I want to
okay,
make
fellas.
sure
How are
that give me get the credit. Thank you so much, Nick. I appreciate it, man. Pink Cat Flip.
I hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, hang on a second. I just wanted to cover. You can't hear me? Hey, you can't hear us. Somebody hit him in the private chat and tell him we can't. We can hear him, but he can't hear us. So yeah, thank you so much, Nick. I appreciate it, man. It really goes a long way to help me to continue to buy the things that I need for the stream and everything else. I don't beg for those or anything, but I really appreciate it when people do it. So again, thank you so much.
I hear you guys. I can hear you.
Also, real Nikon lover, thank you, man. I really appreciate that. I do. It's great. It like I just said, it really helps me out. I pay for Restream. Not that I expect anybody else to pay for it for me. That's not the point. But everything that I do get, as far as income from YouTube,
I hear you as well. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, Hank.
Is going right back into the channel. Sorry, Hank, you good to go now?
No, you know what I think is going on? He's listening to the YouTube audio that's delayed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to turn off YouTube, the audio on YouTube, Hank, so you don't get a delay.
Hank, blink twice if you're safe. There you go. So you can hear us. Let's see if we can hear you. Yeah, there's a big delay and there shouldn't be. So I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, there's a huge delay. It's almost about 30 seconds.
I don't know if you can hear me, but I can hear you.
Oh, you can hear us now. Okay.
Okay.
Hey, Hank, what are you using for the stream? Your computer? I wonder if he's on Chrome.
No, he has the audio of YouTube on. He needs to turn that off or shut it off.
Is that better?
Can you hear us now?
Yeah, I'm telling you. He
He's going to have to go into the audio settings. Well, there's the phone.
That's me.
Oh, Hank, you're going to have to go into the audio.
Hello,
settings.
Moto.
It's kind of hard to direct you without being able to communicate with you here. But the settings, the snowflake or the cog, click that and go to audio. And then select the audio source that you're using. All right. Roy, thank you so much, buddy. I appreciate it.
So I can get away without anyone noticing.
It's time for an infomercial, I think.
No, I absolutely appreciate it, Roy. As you know, you're on enough to know some of the live stream issues that we have, and so I appreciate it. All right, so here's your chance, guys. We're out of the photo business for the night. I know everybody's chomping at the bit to talk about different things, so let's go. Let's kick it off. And let's see.
Well, you're going to be on Simon's stream, Chuck, on the 10th at 7 a.m., is it?
Yes.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
We can hear you, Hank. Can you hear us?
Yep.
All right.
Okay.
We got it.
There we go.
All right.
Yeah, this is the first time I've ever played with this, guys.
Okay.
It's fun.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. You got it running now. Just remember how you have it set up, and you're ready to go for any time after.
I had to load it all tonight. I mean, I was. that's cool. Everything's cool.
Good. So yeah, it was interesting your photo, but not just that, but who you are and what you do. It was really interesting.
Yeah, I've been in the business for about 40 odd years. So it's a family-owned business. I started it back in the mid to early 80s. Had a highly critically acclaimed restaurant called Windows Restaurant in Washington, D.C. back in 1983.
Okay.
And I've been delving in photography since I'm a kid. My sister worked for Kodak when I was younger. Got a lot of free Kodak film. And I shoot Nikon, Fuji, Canon, everything I get my hands on. I do a lot of food photography. I also do wildlife and portrait, street, travel.
Yeah.
I love what you guys are doing here.
Well, thanks, man. I'm having fun, and that's key right there. I guess I'm selfish, but I'm having fun, and that's what it's all about for me. And I'm glad that everybody else is enjoying it. I have no idea how many people we've had in here tonight. I haven't kept track of anything. Again, when we do these photo reviews, I'm just running to try to keep the flow going. But hey, thanks for joining us, Hank, man. It's good. Again, this is one of those things. It's great to put a face to the handle on YouTube. It's always great to get to meet people and see who they really are. So welcome to the show. Randall Brander. Oh, wait a minute. Randall said, Randall, I'm going to have to get you in here too. You're going to have to talk about this. ZF is the extra camera with the Z8. You sound as if you heard something else. No, I agree. I agree. It's not, but I want to hear where that came from, because again, Nikon rumors, Peter over there did mention something about the next camera would be the ZF. I cannot imagine Nikon making that kind of a blunder. Not at the expense of offending all you ZF lovers that want that camera. I don't have a problem with the camera, but I go back to what I've said so many times over the last 18 months. Timing is everything. And very few people, I know you've got 8 friends that, want the ZF, but that's because those are the people that are in your circle. The Z6 III should be the next camera Nikon launches after this Wednesday. And polls that Vahagen's taken, that I've taken, and listening to the chatter in most of the forums, the Z6 III is the next camera that everybody wants to see. The ZF is a niche camera, and I just can't see Nikon making that blunder. And here's why I say that. if Nikon goes that route, that takes away production for anything else. I mean, something else. And do we know that Nikon has the production capability to run multiple cameras in production at the same time? I don't think that they do. The only reason, or the only way I could see this, is if the Z90, Z500, whatever you want to call it, is still a year out. If the Z6 III, which I would hate to hear is a year out, and the Z7 III is still a year out, which I can't believe that those three cameras would be, so far out there in the, schedule for release, then maybe they've used available parts, put a full frame sensor, or just taken the Z6 II and stripped the video out of it. And that sounds ridiculous. Or they took the ZFC frame and put a full frame sensor in it, and they're going to give you a hipster camera with a full frame sensor in it. I mean, I just can't see a reason. I'll halt right there and let you guys take off with it, because
let me make a comment on that. We haven't even got the Z8 yet, and already we're starting to make a noise on a ZF that's non-existent. You know what I'm saying? Yep. So why can't we just get to first base here, get to the Z8, see how that is, rant on that before we start getting off on the next, critical theory of ZF, which I've never even heard of, or even heard a rumor of. And just enjoy what's coming up with the Z8.
Well, the Z6 III should be.
Is, how long is it going to take us to get our hands on a Z8?
Well, you'll get your hands on it in about will it be launched on Wednesday, and then it'll hit the market by end of the month or in mid-June.
End of the year.
Well, they'll be taking pre-orders. They'll be taking pre-orders on Wednesday.
Well, in my case, so. In my case, I've already got one. It will be delivered to me as soon as it's launched. I booked 2 pieces already, because it's gonna be like a Z9 phenomenon. You won't be able to get one. For sure, you will not. If you don't,
what I'm asking. What I'm asking is, if you place an order with some of the big guys on the release date at 8 a.m., how long you think you'll wait?
Well, I think it depends on the line. You probably have to wait. I'd say 3 months, 4 months.
Yeah, if you're not an NPS member, I would guess 3 to 6 months, depending on how quick you get your name on the list.
Well, that's 3 to 6 months is not improving on the supply and the demand. I mean,
no, they're not going to. They're not going to improve the supply.
Don't you think they learned a little bit from the
Well, we don't know. We don't know yet.
No, it doesn't work that way.
No, of course, I know you don't know.
Will have to wait.
Don't you think they learned a little bit from the Z9 and produced to meet the demand?
Nope.
Well, they didn't learn from the Z850. They didn't learn from a lot of cameras from way back.
I don't understand that financially. I just don't understand that.
Well, because you there is no way you can understand it. The more you try to understand it, the more you're going to get confused, because it defies logic. Now, in my case, where I live in a different market, so that's my advantage. I live in an entirely different market where it's controlled by Nikon Southeast Asia. So since I have a relationship with my dealer, who works exclusively with Nikon Singapore, the distributor of Nikon products, I will get mine within days of launch.
I got mine the same week it was launched, the Z9. I guess my question is, with the Z8, the Z9 was around COVID, and the supply chains had some serious issues, and they didn't meet demand because they couldn't supply. Has the supply chain improved over there?
Oh, we don't know. I mean, we don't know, but I think
No,
the demand is going to be much higher for the Z8 because of the price, but also
exactly.
but also hey
Exactly.
Hank, nice to meet you, by the way, Hank.
Yeah.
You know, I like your accent.
That's Bronx born, man.
I love it. Where you're from? You're in Florida?
I have a home in Florida, in Naples, Florida. I have a summer home out in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, and I have a home up in McLean, Virginia.
Man,
McLean, wow.
If we ever hang out, man, you got to cook me some food, and we'll talk photography, man, one day.
Yeah, for sure.
McLean, interesting.
But the Z8 will be in a lot higher demand than the Z9 because of its price point.
Yeah.
Well, it'll be in a lot higher demand because of its price point and the fact that it is the Z9 made over, if the rumors are correct. So,
well, it is correct. So you're not going to get one.
Hey.
I hate to tell you, unless.
Hey, John,
you're
not going to get one for.
How much you want to bet I get one?
Huh?
How much you want to bet I get one?
Well, you would. Well, I'll bet you I'll get mine before you do.
Well, probably so.
That's possible.
I guarantee it.
But
I got my Z9
There goes my Z8 battery.
We'll get one.
I already have one.
Yeah, there you go.
There goes my Z8 battery. Hold on.
All right. So, John, I want to address something you said there a minute ago. We're already talking about this, or is it a camera that doesn't exist? The Z8 doesn't exist, but we talk about it. We know it exists, but it's not official from Nikon. But my point I'm trying to make is a lot of people try to do that, try to shut everybody up, and they're talking about this stuff. Let me ask you something. Do we just not say anything until we get a release and then let Nikon drive the train rather than listening to what's being said out here in the comments? I mean, we have to speak up and talk about what we want. Is Nikon listening to us? I'm going to tell you right now, they are listening to all the chatter that goes on. And if you wait until the last minute to say, well, here's what I want, it's too late. They've already got something in production. So all this chatter is good, no matter how far out it goes. I'm just going to let you know. I don't mean you, John. I mean everybody. And I intend to keep doing that. But it's got to be logical. You know, people coming up with all these different things about at the last minute, you know, well, there's another mock-up somebody did and try to pass it off and just to get people riled up, saying it was the Z8's a 24 megapixel body with blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. I mean, come on, be logical. And so I'm going to make a statement right now. I've hinted at it a couple of times. If you're getting a mini Z9 and the Z8, what does that tell you about what's coming for the Z9 and when?
Z9 2 or Z1?
Yes.
So here's what I did, Chuck. Okay, here's what I did. I booked 2 Z8s. Okay, yep. One for myself and one for Wayne. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Now my dealer told me, who I work closely with for the last 25 years, says, yeah, okay, no problem. Now, finding out recently, it's pretty well 99% that the Z8 will be a mini Z9.
Yep.
Okay. And I don't want another mini. I don't want a mini Z9 since I already have a Z9. So there's no point. So what I did was I got money on 2 pieces. Now, so the one piece that I'm going to pass on, I will let pass it on to my good friend Wayne.
Right. Yeah.
Because you know he could use it. He could use it for you know, his YouTube channel and stuff like that. And he'll be in Mongolia, which is when it comes to camera gear, you know, it's
right.
You might as well forget about it. All right.
Yeah.
So the second piece, I will just, you know, which was meant for Wayne, I'll just let it go and it'll be gone to the next person in line.
Okay.
We're good friends, John.
Okay, so I mean, if one of you guys want to come out all the way to Malaysia and get one, be my guest. I'll make sure you get it. But I don't think it's worth it, you know. So it depends on how itchy you are.
Yeah.
I'm not shocked. They'll hold one for me.
Hey, on Craig's comment here, he says he's telling Randall Brander, if they release 2 cameras that day, my guess is one will be a full frame Cine Z8 or the other, of course.
Hey,
I don't think I don't think that's going to happen. Again, if there's 2 cameras that come out, I mean, Nikon is listening and they're looking at what everybody's asking for and what they need to put out. They know that. If the Z6 III is ready and in production, then that would be the second, if they could do a second body in the same release.
Hey, Maz?
Yeah.
Go look at the moon, dude.
Look at the moon?
Go look at the moon. Yeah. Sorry, Chuck. Go ahead. Sorry.
Is this a trick?
Yeah, it's pretty fantastic here tonight, too.
Bro.
There's somebody outside of Mazman's house. Someone's outside of Mazman's house with his pants down.
Randall says full frame retro, the big brother to the ZFC, and retro from the DF, I believe. I think that's a camera that will come, Randall, but I don't think it's coming right now. And again, like I said before, I absolutely could be wrong, but logically, it doesn't make sense for
I've heard
Nikon.
there's a small team working on it, but that's going to take ages.
Yeah. Yeah, I just can't get behind that. Again, everything that I talk about, first of all, I believe it when I say it. It doesn't mean that it's right and it's going to come to fruition, but I try to look at it from a point of view of where Nikon is, what people are asking for, and what would be logical for them to do. And a niche camera right now is probably not one of the best moves that they could make.
Yeah, but I agree with John. Let's enjoy the CA with whatever specs we have for a little while before we start on the next frustrating deal of we need another camera. I mean, let's enjoy that for at least a few weeks.
Well, we'll have it for a week.
Yeah, well, that's exactly that's exactly what I'm totally in agreement with you, Gustav. Let's just enjoy the moment before we go.
Let me ask
jumping on the next.
Will you be? Do you think people will give up their Z9 for the Z8 if they're saying it's a mini Z9?
I doubt it. Not, I mean, on my side. I don't know about the United States.
Well,
the Z9 is so good.
Yeah, it is. But I mean, I'm wondering if they say it's everything the Z9, but a little bit more. I don't know how much more or what more.
Well, the only thing about the Z8 is for professional use, having a non-congruent CF card express is a downside. Okay, number one, and number two, the battery is going to be smaller. So there's two sides that are on the downside, as opposed to a Z9 for professional use especially for wire photography or sports.
And it won't be as weather resistant either as the Z9 either.
Yeah, the weather resistant is more secondary, but the primary thing is speed, because speed is everything. Speed in getting the picture, speed in writing it, speed in downloading it, speed in editing it, and speed in transferring it. So speed is everything. So when you have two different types of card slots, it chokes things up a bit.
I wonder why they didn't just go with two CF Express A or Type B cards.
Well, could be room, could be expense. I don't know.
Well, if some people say it's a mini Z9
standard. When they did it with the Z9, I hate having two different cards and readers.
Yeah.
Let's see if Express is so reliable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
not.
I don't know how other people do it. I mean, I shoot the one card. I don't do the JPEG backup thing, or I just use it for overflow.
Well,
I
a lot
use
of
it for
sports
overflow, but
photographers use JPEG.
I also use
JPEG is
for video.
extremely important.
What's that?
You know, JPEG is very important for
Yeah,
transferring pictures.
Yeah, for journalists and news guys and sports guys. Yeah.
Yeah, because you're only going to put it on a website, or it's only going to be 4-color on a newsprint.
Yeah, and you don't want to give an editor raw files because you won't work.
Oh my God! I tell you what, Joe, you do that and you are fired.
Yep.
You send a raw file or a file that's like 200 or 150 or 180 megabyte file. You're fired. You're out. You're gone.
Yeah.
Because you choke up the entire system.
Yeah, and they don't want to sit
because
there
you got
trying to edit.
No, the editor's looking at tens of thousands of pictures.
Yeah.
And he needs to get those pictures out ASAP.
Yep.
And it starts choking up with raw files. Oh my God.
What size CF Express cards you guys typically shoot with?
The biggest I can afford.
Yeah. Have you ever filled it up, Chuck, with just photos?
No.
I got the 256.
I use 128.
Yeah, I use 128 gig
I use
too.
128. You don't want to pay too much.
John, you said, John, what have you filled up? How big?
128.
Oh, 128. Yeah.
I never fill them up.
Yeah, but slot one depends on what I'm shooting. Slot card 1 would be raw. Card 2 would be JPEG.
Who uses a half a meg gig card, a terabyte card?
Anybody?
Well, those guys are the video guys.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah.
Video.
Yep. Major.
Yeah, you use it for video.
Especially with 8K or 4K 120.
Yeah.
And 4K 120 is very popular with video folks now.
Yeah.
It's very taxing on the camera, I'll tell you that. Even the Z9. I mean, I don't mean it slows it down or anything, but you're shooting 4K 120 even on the Z9.
How many hours of video do you get with that, Chuck?
I couldn't tell you. There are several channels out there that have actually measured to determine. They have even made charts. No, I don't. It depends on the card, of course. But you're at 8K 30 or 8K 60. You're talking. What did they say? It's like a gig every 3 seconds or something. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
See,
I have a question for Vaughan.
From D850 days that I use as backup card.
Hey, Vaughan, I got a question for you.
Edits a terabyte worth of video data.
Yeah.
Disney World?
You're not a video shooter, are you?
Oh, I am, but who produces 2-hour videos?
Well, that's kind of a hard to answer question. Nobody straight shoots 8K straight for 2 hours that I know of.
Right.
However, bits and pieces of 8K for B-roll and 4K 120 for B-roll and 4K 30 for long takes as well.
No, I know. That's a hell of a lot of editing, man. Wow.
Well, yeah, but that's why I say you're not really a video shooter, because for me to edit anything like that, first of all, I'm not an editor when it comes to video. I'm still playing with that, as Vaughan will attest. But to them, it's nothing, Hank. It's like you editing photos.
I work with video houses that do color correcting, and I mean, these are big companies. I know what they do. Yeah,
but that's just it.
The amateurs like us.
Well, there are a lot of amateurs like us that are doing, full production videos just for themselves. I don't mean that they're sharing it or whatever. Yeah. It's amazing how much video is going on out there. And I always point people to indie filmmakers. They're just local Joes that are producing these high-end videos. And yes, some of them are using some cine cameras, but a lot of them are using hybrid cameras.
Oh yeah, I mean, the wedding guys produce them all day long.
Yep. So yeah, man, it's big. And I've said this over and over. You're not selling cameras today if it doesn't have video in it, other than the few people that will want a ZF type camera.
Yeah, if you're doing that much video, you better be doing it to make some money.
Well, a lot of people out there that paying big bucks
Don't make it down
for equipment that they make no money on.
Well, I know.
Hey, John.
Yes, sir.
What were you saying?
No, I have a question for you. Couple of days ago, you had an interview with that street photographer.
Yeah.
Soul Street. I can't remember his name.
Austin and Seoul. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So I just wanted to ask this question. In fact, I put it in the comment that these so-called hipster guys who shoot film, they shoot the film, then they take it to a lab and process it. Then they get it scanned and digitalize it and put it on a thumb drive. And then they stick it in their computer and then they share it on Facebook. That to me sounds
nuts.
Like you just made a 360.
Silly?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's just like, I don't get it.
Yeah.
Chuck, so I was just wondering if they had any comment on that.
Well, I could answer
angle?
that question because 90% of my weddings were shot on film.
Okay.
So my reason is the skin tone. That's primarily the only reason why I still struggle with using film. I go through the hassle of using film because I know exactly what the skin tone is going to look like, with which film stock and the amount of light that's available.
Mm-hmm.
That's my reason. And because I can't duplicate that look on digital, I keep using film. That's my reasoning for it. But to photograph architecture, I just do that digitally. But for skin tone, yeah, I can't. I can't seem to duplicate that look on digital.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to ask Vaughan's during his interview, the interview guy, Soul Street photographer, because I see this a lot with the young people. They get these fancy Yashicas and whatever film cameras, and then they go take pictures with them, and then they scan them, then they digitize them. I said, hey buddy, you're going right back to digital again.
Well, you're going to get the same answer from them.
They're doing it for the fun of using film, but I mean, how do you share it if you don't digitize it?
Well, you make prints and you send it out in a snail mail, I guess. But
yeah, well, that's the point. Really you can't mass share.
Just like mom and dad, used to do.
But John, different era, man.
It's very, very expensive to go buy a roll of film.
It is expensive. And a lot of these kids are going to tell you, even me, we're going to tell you it's because of how it makes you feel. And that's something that you can't put, money on. You can't put a price on that, on how it makes you feel. And a lot of them are going to tell you pretty much the same thing. It's the nostalgia that they never experience is usually what you hear.
Exactly. So the cost is going up so high.
Yes.
Now they can't afford it. So here's my point. Here's what I noticed, and I noticed in the last 2 weeks, kids from China and here in Hong Kong are doing this. They're buying up as many CCD point and shoot cameras from the 2000s.
Yes, digicams is what they call them.
Lumix, you know what I'm saying? Those little point and shoots,
just compact,
right?
And DSLRs too.
Those little point and shoots, and they're buying them up like crazy, and they don't know what a CCD is, but why they're buying it is, and the reason that they're buying it is the trend is the look of the CCD images.
It goes back to nostalgia.
Believe it or not,
it's the nostalgia that they never experienced.
Exactly.
I
So
believe it.
everyone's saying, "What is it? Crazy."
That's why it's kind of died away quicker than I expected it would. But hard flash in your face, that was trending too for all the Instagram shooters, the younger generation. They just thought that was cool.
That's actually coming back. That trend on the wedding industry, the direct flash look. The Knots writing about it. New York Times just did an article on that a couple weeks ago on direct flash.
Well,
It's making a comeback.
If you look at Coach, Coach products, they're using it a lot.
Yeah.
Louis Vuitton was using it. A lot of the fashion houses are using that kaboom.
Yeah.
White flash.
Yeah.
So these kids are getting into stuff that, oh my God, I can't believe it. So here's this guy selling. He must have had 100 of these beat up old point and shoots and getting like 80, 90, $100 a piece on them.
I think in the case of Austin, I think it's just like Chuck says, the process of just shooting and developing and just that film look. Yeah, but if you scan it and make it digitize it.
I'll answer John on that one because I still shoot some film sometimes, but medium format. And, I keep my Rolleiflex with me. And I don't shoot everything with it. Just if I see a certain scene I want to shoot, I shoot that. But I print it, or I get it printed in a traditional wet darkroom. I do share it on social media, scanned it, but the print is directly from the negative.
So what kind of film do you use, Joe?
I'll use
on your 120.
Ilford HP5 or the Delta 400. Sometimes
but you don't shoot C41 then?
No.
Color.
I'll shoot sometimes if it's something that I really want to shoot in color, I'll use like Portra 160 or Portra 400 for the color.
Okay.
Palette.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. Nice.
Yeah, I don't
120
shoot and just like digitally and then I'm done with it. There is a final reason of product of what I produce with that negative. And sometimes I may do an enlarged negative and do a platinum print.
You got a dark room then, obviously.
No, not anymore.
Well, not
I
anymore.
outsource my platinum prints now too if I do a platinum print. But yeah, I used to spend a lot of time in dark rooms, and it is a kind of nostalgia thing. But I'm very selective what I shoot with film because I know what I want to look in the scene. I kind of know how I want it to look. I know what the film's going to look like. But 90%, yeah, it's digital. Yeah, I totally agree with you.
Hey, Chuck.
Yeah.
I got to bow out, but I'll be in the chat.
All right, man.
But thanks you for having me and great stream, great photos. Everybody in the chat and everybody in the panel. Rock and roll.
Thanks, man.
Thanks.
All right.
See you, man. Nice shot, by the way.
Yes, it was. Beautiful shot, man.
Thank you, guys.
Rock and roll.
All right,
you guys
make a move.
See you guys this Tuesday on my stream.
All right.
As well. Good seeing you guys. I'm glad I got connected.
Nice meeting you guys. Nice meeting you, Hank, and everybody else.
Take care, John. You're taking off too, right?
You going home, John?
Yeah, I gotta fly out tomorrow morning. So
safe travels.
Myself as well, guys. It was good seeing everybody. I'm glad I got this connected. And
man, I didn't want everybody to leave.
Hope to see you again soon.
That's the way it goes. I mean, it's getting late. I know. All right, hey John, safe travels. Hank, great meeting you. Appreciate you coming on. So, yeah, here we go again. Just bring it on.
Good night, fellas. Happy Sunday.
Nice meeting you, Hank.
Take care, Hank.
Nice to meet you, Hank.
Meeting you.
I was wanting to ask him who his worst president was.
Oh man.
See you guys in the chat. Thank you, guys. Bye.
All right, Morgan. Take care, brother.
Yeah, I looked up. Of course, the conversation was going hot and heavy here, but you shoot 4K 60. 1 minute of video is 750 megabytes of memory.
Yeah.
For 1 minute at 4K 60. So it's even more than that if you're shooting 4K 120, obviously. But So you can chew it up. So 2 minutes is 1.5 gigs. 4 minutes would be 3 gigs. But if you're not shooting, the ones that are buying the 1 terabyte cars are the ones that are doing miniature Hollywood production type stuff. Your average Joe doesn't need that.
Easier tethered anyway.
So I mean,
I couldn't afford a 1 terabyte car.
I mean, I think I bought I was going to look in my bag because I don't remember what size I bought. I got 2 325 gig cards now. But I did buy.
So while he's looking for that, I got a question for Roy and Chuck. So nowadays, Chuck, you mentioned that Nikon is listening to, influencers and channels like this one here. So back in the 90s, who would Nikon listen to? Like, was it just the top pros, like the handful of pros that they sponsored, or
it was different? They were more pro-centric then. Nikon was the brand to own if you wanted a high-class camera.
I tell you, Nikon is as arrogant as Leica.
Yeah,
probably more.
Yeah,
Leica went
past. Knows their niche.
So when what I'm talking about is they're listening to the masses. There's no doubt about it. They're tuned in to forums and everything else. I'm not saying that they're watching it 24/7, but they are definitely using that as an opportunity to gauge what they're doing, with the consumer. Sometimes it may make a difference, other times it might not. But that was my whole point about it, talking. I don't have a problem with people speculating and everything else. The only time I think it gets ridiculous is when people are just crazy with their speculation or whatever. But
$5,000 Z8.
Yeah.
No way. There's no way.
But the thing about it is their biggest. I'll still say it. There are more amateurs and hobbyists buying high-end equipment than there are pros. And Nikon's not stupid. They have to listen. They have to listen to that audience as well.
Because the pros are going to buy those cameras and they're going to shoot them for 5, 6, 7 years.
Yeah.
Obviously it's going to change every 2 years whenever a new camera comes out.
Oh, yeah, the pros will shoot it until it breaks, and then it's not worth fixing anymore.
And that's why they're shooting with the D5, and D6s now and not Z9s because they're comfortable with that. They know how it works.
Not just comfortable, Joe, but it's the end of the DSLR era, and they're going to milk that for what they can get out of it because it still produces just fine for what they're doing. That's why you don't, people think that all the pros have switched. No, I couldn't tell you the percentage, but it's not all the pros that have switched to mirrorless. So
30%.
The ones who are out there shooting the Z9s or promoting are the ones that were giving it to them. They were given the Z9s and they say, hey, make some videos.
Yeah.
Like Joe McNally,
I bought mine.
If they wasn't giving it to him, I guarantee he'd still be shooting a D850 and a D5.
And I can't vouch for them giving him anything. I don't know. Maybe there is some discounts that are, passed on, or maybe it is free. I don't know. But yeah, pros, working pros that are still trying to make a living. And, they're just like Randall's saying, they have to watch their money. It has to suit their business. And the longer they can hold off without feeling any pressure, which a lot of them don't feel any pressure yet from the mirrorless world, the more money they're going to put in their pocket.
Not broke, you don't fix it.
Yeah. So I understand that. This is where justification comes in. If you've got a business and, it's not going to make a difference in your business, what you're doing, then, and what you have is got another 3 or 4 years life expectancy, then stick with it. That's more money in your pocket. So, yeah. I agree with this sometimes too. Robert Varner, Nikon makes decisions based on fortune tellers' predictions.
I hope they come out with a ZF.
No, they shake that 8-ball, that comes up with the, what camera is it going to be? Shake it, Z8,
A lot of pros haven't gone mirrorless because of the battery life. Apart from the Z9, all the mirrorless I've got battery grips on them.
Yeah,
because you can't afford to run out of batteries halfway through a shoot.
I'll tell you, that's going to be the next breakthrough for photography. Not just photography, for everything, but batteries. And that's something that's highly sought after out there in the industry. Longer life batteries, more efficient batteries. I don't know what it's going to be, but there are a lot of things on YouTube. You see Elon Musk talking about working on a new battery and it's going to be this and that or whatever. He's not talking. It's some channel about Elon Musk and whatever. Who knows? But, 30 years ago, who remembers this? Cold fusion.
Yes, that's still happening, sort of, slowly.
So that was the big hope, is cold fusion, because then you go into microbiotics, robotics, and things like that with a tiny battery that can, produce enough power to do what you want to do. Cold fusion would save the world, and it probably would. Safer and energy efficient, but I don't know.
But it was not for real.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, physicists tell you it's not possible at all, but somebody's going to find something somewhere and figure out a way to make something similar work or whatever. It's inevitable. It'll happen.
I just watched a video earlier today about Toyota producing hydrogen powered vehicles.
Yep.
That's sort of on the way out now more than on the way in.
And they was hoping to get so many by next year, and then by 2025, a bunch on the road, which would be a lot better than electric, lithium and nickel and all that stuff. Look where you got to get it.
There's a few technologies coming up with batteries, but it takes time. I
think we're going to see for a little while all of the above, correct? All of the above is the good. Next 30 years.
And we talk about the physics all the time. That was in lens technology. Well, it's still physics, I guess, but it's working around some physics, the PF lenses, and things like that. AI is going to begin to help us work around physics. And nobody wants to talk about AI yet. That's obvious. But I mean, it's real, it's coming, and it's just figuring out how to embrace it. Actually, I could do without AI, period, because call me a tin hat wearer, but I don't like the whole idea of eventually developing a system that can think on its own. It sounds impossible, but
we've got them for years. They've been out since the 80s. But the thing is, with AI, it's going to kill the product photography and things like that first.
Well, dummy battery. So a lot of people are talking about, the smaller battery in the Z8. That's going to kill it, for so many people. No, it isn't. People are going to buy it. People will talk smack. But for the video folks, there's always an option, because not everyone will do it. They like to run and gun, just carrying the camera and being able to record in camera, even raw. But those that put it on a rig, and Small Rig's done a great job building these rigs that are so tight and give you so many opportunities for accessories, outside the rig. And one of them is external power. And with having USB power, a camera that can be powered with USB, it opens up all kinds of possibilities. A dummy battery, which is what I use on my Z6 in the rig. And when it's in the rig, I can mount it on on my tripod, and I have a here you go. This will run my Z6, my Adamus 5, and my comms or microphones. I mean, it runs everything, and it'll run it for 8 hours. So there's not, and that's doing video. 8 hours of video. So, there are workarounds for everything, but everybody wants everything in one camera. You can't cram a EL18 battery in a grip unless it's a big body. It's just the way it is. So, I mean, and I as much as I'd like to see an EL18, I don't know how they would fit it in a Z8 body, other than, to make a giant foot at the bottom of it. So it becomes a stumpy Z9.
I just think there's going to be some people dumping their Z9s to get a smaller camera that's comparable to the Z9.
Yeah, that's just it. There was so much chatter when the Z9 came out with people that either couldn't afford it or just didn't want that big body. And they wanted everything in it, but in a smaller body. And it looks like Nikon has responded to that.
Mm-hmm.
But I like that. I like the fact that let's see it Wednesday. Let's see what it offers. But that leads
I don't
me to
necessarily
believe,
like lugging around the Z9 just as an everyday carry camera.
Yeah.
But if I'm doing something that, a job or something, yeah, I love to have the Z9 with me.
Yeah.
But for everyday carry, man, it's a pain in the butt. That's why I would like to have the ZF.
Yeah, well, these purported, that's because you don't care about video. I understand that. A lot of people, I just want to carry around a photo camera. I get that.
I got a DJI pocket cam for video if I need to shoot some.
There you go.
Gary F. has, I think, typed in the same question a couple times about he thinks there's a greater need for Nikon to come out with a Z7 III next because they desperately need the high 61 megapixel sensor.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, you got the megapixel wars in many cases is just like, one guy just trying to up the other guy, and many people that are not trying to just say my brand's better than your brand have said, the 45 to 50 megapixel sensor is ideal for video and stills, and you really
I'll say
more than that, but you don't necessarily get your biggest bang for the buck getting anything more than that. And so I don't know. I don't think that's going to be the next camera.
Well, I'll say this about it. I know that a lot of it is just bragging rights, and that's not everybody out there. There are people that genuinely want a few more megapixels. Whether it makes a huge difference or not, they want a few more. Okay, I get that. And that said, I just got to believe that Nikon's looking for a new sensor for that body. I don't think it's going to be the 61 megapixel sensor. It's over. Nikon is the original for let's push the boundaries on megapixels. That's what happened with the D800, and nobody believed in that camera when it was rumored to be 36 megapixels. Oh, your computer's going to catch on fire, and what are you going to do with all this storage? And you're going to have more storage, and you can blah 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 blah, and it won't be any better. You won't be able to take a sharp photo because it's such high megapixel. I think Nikon, because they pushed the limits there, I think they're going to do it again. I have nothing to back this up other than the fact that I just don't think Nikon wants to go down the 61 megapixel route. With what's available, I think they're going to shoot for the stars on there.
They're not going to use an existing design by anybody. They're as usual. They're going to if they're going to do a 61 megapixel, it's going to be a Nikon designed 61 megapixel, regardless of who manufactures it.
Well, of course, that's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about 61 is out. 61 is out there. Nikon's going to want to beat that. They're an innovator. I would expect 70 to 80 megapixel. I know it sounds ridiculous, and we can all talk about why you shouldn't, but you know what? You can't talk people out of what they want. That's what they want, and Nikon, I think, is going to respond to that. Because, history shows that these higher megapixel cameras really resonate with some people. Some people actually can use it, and others just want it for bragging rights. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
There's nothing I can't do with the 45 megapixel.
Yeah, but that's not an argument with these people at all.
I remember when Canon came out with the EOS R, I remember Tony Northrup was on his channel. There's nothing nobody needs 50 megapixels.
Yeah, but that's not an argument with these people at all. Wayne,
I remember
YouTube. There you
came
go.
out with the EOS R.
Nope, still
I
hearing it.
remember Tony Northrup was on his channel. There's nothing nobody
Your
needs.
feedback. We're hearing your feedback.
Yeah, turn off the YouTube. Sorry.
Turn off YouTube. Yeah.
All right, there you go.
What I
I
wanted to
just
say,
don't think it's
going
going
back
to
and forth.
be before Z6 III. That's my only comment. I think the Z, because you got to realize the Z7 III is still going. I mean, you're going to have people that are going to buy the Z8, but for some people, let's say that paid $3,500 for a D850 when it came out, might not want to pay. Say we don't know what the price yet is at a Z8, but let's say it's $4,000. They might say, well, I'll wait for a Z6 III. I want to pay, $3,000 for a camera. I don't want to pay $4,000 for a camera. So if you come out with a Z7 III, it's not going to be a cheap camera if it's a high megapixel sensor. So you need to be able to come out with a camera that's better than the lower end full frame cameras, but it's still relatively affordable for the masses. And I think that's why the Z6 III, from a marketing perspective, makes a lot more sense to be the next one.
Let me ask this question real quick. Z6 III will say is 33 megapixels. Z8 is 45 megapixels. And let's say the Z7 III will be, say, 70 megapixels. Which camera are you not going to buy out of those three?
A7 III.
Yeah, the A7 III. I won't buy it.
Okay, so my question is, for those that complain about high megapixel, you're never going to buy that camera. Why would you complain about and try to force people with, well, I can do everything with 20 megapixel or 15 megapixel or 8 megapixel? Why even go down that road? You're not going to buy that camera.
Well, I'm not trying to force anybody anyway.
Wait, Jeffrey, wait. This isn't addressed at you. It's addressed at the whole audience and everybody out there. Why shouldn't people that want 100 megapixel get it? What does that have to do? Why am I trying to convince people?
Scan for free Wi-Fi.
Yeah, cool. Why would I spend any time at all preaching that same old thing? I don't need it. I can do everything. Okay, great. There's a camera for you out there.
Every camera's got its usage somewhere.
Yeah, there's a camera out there. This is why that lineup is so important, to have it stacked with layers so everybody can choose the layer they want to purchase. But yet we still want to force, a camera maker. No, you shouldn't build it because you don't need it.
So the question that I have for you guys is, which camera would they be retiring when they come with this new generation, correct? Would they retire the Z5? Would they retire the original C6 or C7?
Why would they retire them?
Well, I mean, you were saying they have limited manufacturing, correct? And they have to have a lineup that have all the capabilities of the autofocus and all that, and eventually they have to move on to the new lineup. Like
well, no, they do production runs and of different camera models. From time to time, they'll switch gears and go back to. That's how the Z6 and Z6 IIs were produced. They weren't the only thing on the line. So it's not a matter of once you get the bodies out there, then you can manage the stock for those different models. I mean, before, look at Nikon before, and I know they're not there now, but you had D3000s, 3000 series, 5000 series, 7000 series, and multiple models, D600 and 610, 750, 800 or the 800 series. And then you even had the flagship lineup. How many cameras did they have that were still in production going at the same time? There were a boatload. So I know that there have been things that have changed with Nikon, so I know that their production has dropped because of loss of facilities, changing countries, moving out of one country to the other. That's the reason I bring up their production capability. I don't know where it's at. And I said a long time ago, I wish there was a way to find out. It would be nice to know. And Nikon themselves with the Z9, remember that. We can only produce 3,500 bodies a month is what they were saying. I mean, and what else was in production? At that time, there was probably limited production going on of Z6 II and Z7 IIs because Nikon knew it before we did, of course. We just, see it now, but Nikon knew how they were phasing those bodies out. So Z6 went out of production, Z7 went out of production, and who knows what'll be next, but that doesn't mean that there isn't something to take its place. So I guess that's what I was getting at, Gustavo. I think the Z5, I think even the Z50, I think they're going to get an upgrade. It's not going to happen overnight, and that's the problem. That's what we're all complaining about, is Nikon got behind, and now it's really hard to catch up.
I think one thing about the mirrorless too is the old DSLR days. When you go to the lower models, you get a lesser camera, than you did with the D800, D5, D4. With these mirrorless cameras, you're not really getting a lesser camera, like you did with the DSLR days.
Yeah.
So having that large stable of cameras, I think is not beneficial to them.
Okay.
But I'm thinking with all the changes that Nikon has been making for production and so on, they've had enough time to build up what they need to in order to bring out the level of cameras that we're thinking maybe they won't have it as Z8 and we'll have a long wait, just like they said 9. I think that's already been solved. The 61 megapixel thing that people talk about, some people want certain cameras to be at a certain level. I have a 61 megapixel camera. I don't use shoot at 61 megapixel often, but then again, I do video a lot.
Yeah.
But I will say this: if you guys want a 61 megapixel and somebody else has it, you can go ahead and pick one up. That's not a big thing. But let's be honest: we are, as photographers, have to look at the fact that video is the future. Whether we like it or not, video is what's coming. Nikon is behind. They need to court the young people, the content creators, those folks that are out there. And when people hear content creators, sometimes we think it's a young kids doing TikTok. It's not. There are lots of people, wedding photographers, commercial photographers, videographers that are shooting, big events that are using these cameras. And Nikon doesn't have something in that space. Well, the Z9 that people are starting to discover now. And you can imagine if you have the Z8 with that kind of technology built into it and some of the features that they really want. Even if they don't make a cinema version, if it's a baby Z9, there are a lot of features inside there that people can use to film it. And having RAW, a lot of us don't shoot RAW. We're talking earlier about 1 terabyte cards and who needs that. Well, if you're shooting RAW at 8.3K, generally you're going to dumb it down for 4K delivery for people to use. But the quality is still going to be there. But those guys want to give the best that they can possibly put out. So there is a need for it. And sometimes, from a photography side, we can't see that part of it because we're still in this mindset that Nikon's a camera company. They've always done photography. We need photography gear. We have to take the blinders off and look at everything and say, if Nikon's going to survive, what do I want them to do? Where should I put their hands in the next so they can basically keep things going? Maybe they'll make a ZF with 61 megapixel. Who knows? But at this juncture right now, they need to have something out there that can get them back in the game.
Yeah.
There's still plenty of people that just want cameras, regardless of video. I mean, they came out with a Z30. That's a niche market. That's a vlogger market. That's an inexpensive camera. All their cameras can do video. The Z6 II is phenomenal in video. So it's not like they don't have cameras that are capable of video right now.
I'd say this: the video side of the Z6, the Z6 II, the autofocus and stability that these younger folks are looking for. Not everybody's putting things on a tripod or on a rig or on a gimbal, so people still want to have something that you can walk around and have those features built into it. And me moving to the video side and starting to realize with the Sony stuff what it could do after it's had some issues with Nikon. That's
but I don't want Nikon to become Sony.
No, you can
No.
you can walk around with the Z6 II and shoot video. You don't need to put it on a tripod.
Well,
That's just the young YouTubers out there talking smack.
Okay, so here's the other side to this is marketing. You know, the bottom line is Nikon has to follow the marketing as well. We can't get in Nikon can't live on its own saying, I'm doing it my way, and if you don't like it, take the highway. Because Nikon needs this new demographic that's coming up. Again, I go back to, long in the tooth Nikon shooters are not going to support Nikon, 30 years down the road. And that's why they need to court, what's up and coming.
I want to ask Wayne, since he's so much into video. So what would be the equivalent in XK of a 100 megapixel camera? It would be like a 10K, or what is that equivalent?
Say again?
What is the equivalent of a 100 megapixel camera in video in terms of 8K, 5K? What is it going to be?
And before you answer that, we just got to say goodnight to Jeff. He wants to take over.
All right, Jeff. See you.
Jeff, as always, man, thanks for being in here, brother.
And Jeffrey, we need more black schemers.
I'd have to go last man's turf to get them. I don't get.
I have like 400 photos of skimmers that I gotta go through.
Yeah,
that's cool.
I mean, I went through. I think I went through 300 pictures today on Ospreys. I got another 400 I got to go through yet. So I'm getting tired of processing images. I'll tell you that.
Hey, everybody go check out Jeffrey's channel, man. Selective Imagery. He does a video a week, or pretty much a week. It's always very entertaining. Love the wildlife. Check it out. And Joe Stroud's got to go too. Joe's saying he's got to go. Joe, man, I hate to see you go, but I understand it is getting late.
Getting late.
Yeah, it was a long drive.
You guys You guys take care. I'll see you next time.
Take care, Jeffrey.
Take care, Jeff.
See you, Jeff.
Take care.
Y'all guys have a good night.
All right,
Joe.
I don't know the exact number on it, Gustavo, but right now 12K is pretty much the top end video that people are talking about. 12K 16-bit, and that's, the bit depth is more important because of the amount of colors you can get out of it. So you're looking maybe 60 megapixel or so. Actually, probably less than that, really, truly, because you need 4K you can get from a 12K sensor. That's really 8K portion that you're utilizing.
Okay.
But because we're doing photos, generally speaking, the megapixels is there to say, hey, we want this other thing to give it more that we actually need. And because we're showing it in these smaller bodies, I mean, this can do 8K with a 60 megapixel sensor. We know with a 45 megapixel sensor in the Z9, you can do 8K as well. Do you need a higher level? You don't for video. You don't need to go to that higher level. That's more for the photo side. So if you're doing a hybrid camera, that's when you kind of worry about it. So you don't need a 100 megapixel to do 12K. I mean, that's just, right now, that's a level that they're gone. They haven't gone to 16K or anything along those lines. That could become in the future. But again, it's not there yet. So I think maybe 50 megapixel, maybe 6 is the most I probably would need. And probably not that much.
Yeah, and a lot of people will say, well, if we can't see it, can't utilize it, then why get it?
And it's funny you say that, John.
Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I want to make a comparison here. Dodge just came out with another model of their it's not the Demon. What is it? I can't even remember. But it's a full-fledged race car that is street legal. There's nobody that needs that. Nobody. But there are people, they bought them up before they were even being delivered. You can't even get one now. That's how many of them that were pre-ordered. Nobody needs it, but people will buy it. Now,
Is that the new Challenger, the SRT, the Demon?
Yeah. It's got its own moniker to it. I mean, it's what is it? Under 8 second quarter mile. I mean, it is phenomenal. And it's a street car.
It's not fast enough. It should be more frames a second.
Over 1,000 horsepower to the wheel. It's just it's phenomenal. But people are
That's
buying
really for track use. I guess I have to put some kind of limiter in there for the street use, right?
No,
It's a streetcar. It's a 100K streetcar.
Yeah.
Those cars are horrible on the road, though.
Well,
You lose half the car.
See, this is what we do when we hear about something that's ridiculous. Immediately, we start saying it's terrible. You know, why buy it and blah blah blah. But people will buy it, and I want to equate this to camera gear. You know, people that want to say you don't need it, and they're going on they're going to go on their campaign trying to teach the masses why you don't need it, and it's going in ears of people that don't care to hear, or won't even listen, and they're willing to buy it. And a company is crazy if they deny the consumer, you know, some of the things they want. It's all about marketing and everything else. So we go back to how many megapixels and things like that. There are people that are going to buy whatever camera comes out because it has a higher number of megapixels for no other reason. And, you know, Nikon needs to be in that business too. I'm not saying all in. They don't need 49 bodies. You know, I don't know how Sony keeps up with it, but and even the Sony shooters at times talk about there's so many to pick from. But my point is that we always want to tell everybody what they need. You don't need it. Here's what you need. And nobody wants to hear that. They want to go get what they want or whatever. So if they build a camera that's 100 megapixel, whether it does 16K or a video or, you know, whatever, let them buy it. That's for them. You know, it's their
Fuji
money.
already have that?
Huh?
Fuji already has that.
Well, yeah, there's a few 100 megapixel cameras that are on the market for sure.
Yeah, Fuji.
No,
Fuji.
not in full frame. They don't.
No, it's
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, the medium format.
So again, my point is let people buy what they want. But what we do, all of us that pontificate on YouTube, and hopefully that's everybody that's doing that, is talk about what we want and quit talking about what we don't need, because that's what Nikon needs to hear is what does the consumer want? They don't care if Chuck runs down a 100 megapixel camera. They don't care about that. But
Consumer only buys what they tell them to buy.
the consumer.
Nikon, if you're listening,
There
I
you
want to
go.
see it.
There you go. And that's understandable coming from you, David. I mean,
That
because
shoots film and digital.
oh yeah, there you go. Well, that's film backs for all the other cameras, the medium format cameras, film backs, and
David wanted the sensor for the F5.
yeah.
I got one, guys.
All right, Wayne. Thanks for being in here, man.
Digital.
Yeah. And Wayne, when you get that camera from Young Ishi, you have the opportunity to show us what you can do with that C8. So,
well,
looking forward to see that.
Yes, when I get over there and get that, because I'm in Mongolia, I'm to fly back.
Oh,
over there. So that's what I'm telling you. I'm trying to figure out the dates and when that's going to happen, because I'm looking at tickets if it's actually going to be the 25th, but I'll figure that out first, and then we'll go over there and meet up and trade this thing in.
Excellent.
Oh man!
All right, guys. See you in the next one.
All right, Wayne. Thanks.
Maz,
See you, Wayne. Take care.
Dave, Chuck, Roy, Gustavo, and Matthew. Later, guys.
Hey guys, I want to change the topic for just a minute and bring something up. So I got this crazy idea in my head, which in my head's full of crazy ideas, by the way, but a multi-channel community. We already have that beginning here with Vahagan and the likes of Vahagan and even Kevin Nordstrom. Kevin's back in the chat, by the way. And I want to try to put together a conglomerate, call it the MCC or something else maybe, but multi-channel community where
group.
Yeah, it's about photography before brand. Now, let me finish that, because there are a lot of people are going to say, well, you're always talking about Nikon. Okay. So I'm not advocating that that nobody talks about the brand that they enjoy. I'm just talking about not at the expense of bashing another brand. because everybody gets to choose the brand they like, and you should talk it up. Absolutely. No doubt about it. But a group of channels that will refrain from being the brand basher and to only to lift your own brand up. We shouldn't have to do that. We choose our brand. We like it for whatever reasons. You should be able to talk about what you like about your brand. But I think taking the brand out of the forefront, because look here, we've got a bunch of different people in here, and we have different shooters. I mean, different brand shooters, and we all get along. We all enjoy it. All too often on the internet, that's not happening in YouTube land. And I think it starts with the channel itself, the person that runs the channel, and they're the ones that can make or break that. Make it happen or make it not happen. But I think if we could band together, as channels, and they're just to continue the promotion of photography. I think we become a real huge community of people that are seeking that rather than the hate videos and everything else. And Lord knows there are plenty of them out there. I still see them quite often. But anyway, I'm throwing this together. I'm trying to figure out how to do this or put it together. But I wonder what you guys think about it. I'd love to find other channels that want to band together and we just all become part of the MCC or whatever we want to call it, a conglomerate where you can go to any of these channels, and it may be a Sony channel, it may be a Nikon channel, it may be a Canon centric channel, but you don't have to worry about the bashing brand wars that go on.
Good idea.
Call it the Czech multiverse.
Yeah, that's the last thing I need to do. But anyway, yeah, I need 2 or 3 Stevens to run that. But yeah, I'm just thinking out loud.
The Chuck Post.
I'm just thinking out loud, and how many? Well, the other thing that it does too, and I'm not thinking about this for myself before anybody says anything. It helps those channels out because we come under one umbrella really, and people are going to cross pollinate, from one to the other and everything else. And there's a lot of experience out there that, we may not have something here that's offered in another channel, but they feel the same way. And there is this big battle going on.
And it's called the Chuck Post.
I just thought I would throw it out there and,
I think it's a good idea. Yeah.
I don't know how to. Yeah.
So how do you want to go about
I don't
it, Chuck?
know.
Like, we submit a video to your channel, like we do one video for your channel.
No, not at all. I think the channels run independently, of course, but they operate under the same premise of, man, we're not a bashing channel. We're a, we may be Canon centric, but
you can Chuck, you can even simplify it by it's just no negativity. And you have a set of ground rules, and those ground rules apply whether it's a live stream or whether it's comments, and those comments that violate those rules, they just get moderated out.
Yeah.
The Chuck has no swearing.
No what?
No swearing.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I couldn't say that for every channel. The channels get to decide whether they want to do that or not. But it's really about just if we all got together, guaranteed, we all got together. Met up somewhere, not just us, but I mean a bunch of Sony shooters, a bunch of Canon shooters. I guarantee you there wouldn't be all this going on. It would be everybody, hey man, let me hold that, let me shoot. Yeah, it's nice or whatever. It's only, it seems like, behind the keyboard where all this hate takes place. I could be wrong, but anybody I've met, whatever they're shooting, I don't have any issue with them when I meet them. And why can't it be the same way on YouTube? And the thing about this has to be something that a channel would want to participate in, to fall into that under that umbrella. And I think that it would be a big deal. A lot of people would say, you want to go and just enjoy talking about Canon or Sony or Nikon or photography. Here are the channels that that are safe to go to without all that craziness going on. And yes, it would take some policing because there would be people that would definitely want to break that up, that whole idea up.
We've had them, haven't you?
There are just haters out there that want to be haters.
Yep.
So anyway,
you guys are doing it to a degree, Chuck, because you invite each other to the channels, you promote each other, correct?
Yeah.
That is happening in a kind of organic sort of way.
Yeah.
Organic sort of way. But obviously, it had to be under the agreement because we do know that negativity sells, right? And when people primary motivation is just to have more subscribers, which right?
Yeah.
Then it's very easy for them to go in that direction.
No, you're absolutely right. But maybe this is what helps out with the people that they're doing the negativity. Just joining a conglomerate like that will bring you more views and more whatever, because you know you're part of this, and it would,
clickbait.
There would be a lot of cross pollination going on. I mean, there is already Ordinary Filmmaker, Vahagan. And I share not all of their subscribers, but I mean, that's where a lot of the folks that are here came from. And this would be a great opportunity for all the people out there that just put out content without the hatred. Maybe that's the easiest way to say it, without all the negativity, you know? And I think there are channels that would want to join a conglomerate like that, or just be recognized as, you know, one of the people that is in that community.
So, Chuck, are you doing the 12-hour stream on Wednesday or 20-hour?
That's a good question. We'll have to wait and see. You know, I'm going to gear up.
Not again.
I'm going to gear up for whatever it's going to take. I mean, as long as people want to chat and I can keep my eyes open, you know, we'll keep chatting. But yeah. So anyway, I was just thinking about this. I thought, wouldn't it be great if there was this umbrella, you know, of multiple channels that kind of feel the same way and got together, and you know, people would take notice. I mean, it wouldn't be long that people would understand. You know, hey, you want to go over there and you can talk about photography. You can talk about cameras. You can talk about lenses. You can talk about techniques. And, you know, you're not going to have everybody, you know, saying, well, it feels like crap in my hand. That's why if you don't like a brand, you don't have to say, you describe why. Just enjoy what you have.
Well, the thing. So first, I got a question here for Mossman, being he's more technology advanced than many of us here.
Oh,
does YouTube offer a platform where multiple people can own a YouTube channel? Because that would be a way of achieving what Chuck is suggesting.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, no, not that I know.
Closest to it.
So the only way I know that it's recognizable is if there's a common name or something that you can say, yeah, you know, I'm part of the whatever. And it would be up to the other channels in it to make sure that they, you know, stay true to the spirit of what we're trying to do. You know, there's no way to kick people out or, you know, bring people in. I mean, it's just kind of an honor thing, on your honor, and based on, you know, the community seeing who this channel is that would like to be part of that larger group.
YouTube was never set up to be where you're talking. It was never set up to be multi-channel.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
So anyway, anybody that's still in here that's watching, I'd love some comments down there and what you guys think about the idea. And you know, if you have any ideas of how it would work, that would be great too.
And we need more women in this panel.
Yes.
Like Sly's on the chat. She should come in.
Yeah. That's another thing. I think it would be less intimidating. And I'm not saying all women are intimidated, but some are, you know, a bunch of men.
Too many beards.
Yeah, too many beards. And I'm definitely not saying that women are easily intimidated. The point is that I understand, you know, a panel full
by the
of
way,
men.
Chuck, your comment earlier, New York pizza is the best. I don't care what you say.
Okay. I'm sticking with Chef Boyardee
No, but
pizza.
Chuck, one point this important related here to women. This issue of picking, my car is bigger than yours, my camera is bigger. That's a man thing, correct? So as soon as you want to have a women audience or women participating, don't go there because for them this is foreign, correct? They compete in other fashion.
On this, like Lindsay Addo, I mean, there's a lot of women involved in photography.
Oh, of course there are, but this issue that Chuck is addressing, where it becomes toxic because people are more interested on, the size of the lenses or the size of the camera rather than photography. That doesn't motivate women. Women get motivated by art creation and all that kind of stuff. But these discussions in which there are all this attack on this because my camera is better than yours without showing what you can do with your camera. I don't think that they like it, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the whole thing is, if you really
Yes,
love
V,
your
I know Ron Serlin. He's from Bennington. I know all about Ron Serlin.
There's nothing wrong with talking up your brand because you love it. I mean, it's a passion, you should, but there's no reason to say, and it's so much better than that doesn't need to be said.
Exactly.
If it's true, it's evident. And if it isn't, you're just a fanboy that just wants to continue to pound your chest about it, about your brand. So anyway, yeah.
Or you become Roy and have a museum behind him.
Yeah.
What museum?
The one you posted on Facebook. Like what was it, Chuck? Like 40 lenses, I think you posted.
Yeah. Well,
that's page 1.
Yeah.
That's 3 more pages to go.
So anyway,
I was doing some insurance photographs, and everyone asked me what I've got, so I put it on Facebook. Started to anyway.
So
I wanted to see that. Yeah, Chuck, continue.
Oh, I thought you had some. Yeah, Roy posted them over on Facebook. He posted them in AP Studios group, didn't you?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw them there. I think.
Yeah, he did.
So anyway, I'll get off this topic right now. I'm just again thinking out loud. I threw it in the comment in a comment over there on Gray's Friday. The MCC, the multi-channel community, because I think that we have a good start for a community that just wants to enjoy being in here chatting. We can disagree. We still don't hate each other. We're not blocking people just because they disagree or anything like that. And that's what we all want. We're always talking about it. So maybe
solve people's problems.
Yeah, exactly. Roy is the answer man.
So Chuck, what's your take on them using the ZA body size from now on? Because Sony kept increasing their size, so they could increase the 6 and 7 to the DA50 size.
I don't know. See, I'm kind of prejudiced that way. I would rather have a larger body, and I've spoken my piece about everybody that says, "Well, if I use a D850, yeah, I carry a D850 over my shoulder, shooting a wedding all day. I can't move at night. I mean, I'm not buying
heavy.
I'm not buying all that stuff because we did it for years, and people weren't, having all these back problems and everything else.
Yeah, it's like the F5 wasn't that heavy.
But the thing about it is, if people want smaller cameras, so be it. So I don't know what Nikon will do.
If you want a small camera, buy an iPhone.
Well, I'm not going to tell people what to go buy. I don't agree with the whole small, tiny camera thing. But if people want it, again, let them have it,
Because Sony went from small and they keep increasing.
Yeah.
Yeah, they keep getting bigger.
No, if you want a small camera, get a Panasonic Lumix or a OM system.
Yeah. I mean,
they're super tiny. I have a Lumix G100.
Yeah, Roy, the F5 is great.
It is. Last of the really good mechanical cameras.
Oh, yeah. I loved the F5 when I shot film.
Yeah.
I've got a second version, a digital version too.
Yeah, called the Z9.
Oh man,
No,
hey guys,
it's called a Kodak.
we have
VCA.
dropped down to 35 viewers. I'm not going to make a crazy statement like when we get to 30, we're going to end. I'm just going to let you know that we are about to the end of the show tonight.
F5.
But Chuck, if you want to shoot waterfalls at some point, there's a place in PA called Wicked's Glen, 22 waterfalls.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
But that's a point there, Chuck. Somebody I think is Mookie MC. That polite fanboys are good. I mean, that's what you want. Correct? Some element of politeness. Correct?
Okay. So here's an example of that. I'll tell you right now, and I believe, and it's okay with me. Matt Irwin, he's a fanboy for Nikon. He will review other cameras or talk about other cameras, yes, but he's a very polite person. He doesn't offend any other brand. He doesn't go after other brands or anything like that. And he listens to people that shoot other brands when they come in and they communicate. I'm just saying that's probably a great example of what we need to be as a community.
Yeah. Yes, VM from Benetton, born and raised.
Yeah, well, yeah, I know, and that's just like Hank talking about. He's from the Bronx, and there's something.
Yeah, some chaff.
I know you're upstate, even though you're only about 30 miles from the city, or more than that.
3 hours from the city, Chuck.
All right.
3 hours.
Well, that's because of traffic, man.
No, 3 hours from the city, about just over an hour from Syracuse, and just over an hour from Scranton.
All right. Okay. So, shoot, I lost my train of thought, Matthew. Matt Irwin. He's a great guy. And he's better than I am because I'm going to speak my mind when I'm upset with Nikon, and that's just me. But I'm not going to do that about another brand. I feel like I can do that because I am a Nikon shooter. I'm not bashing the brand per se, because Nikon, I'm happy with Nikon equipment. That's why I have it. But I'm just not happy with some of the things that Nikon does. All right. So that said, Matt's a bit better than I am. Not a bit, quite a bit better than I am, because he's not going to go down that road. And maybe that's a great thing. But anyway, there's a great example of loving your brand, but not bashing other brands to lift your brand up.
You can be critical without being offensive. Correct?
Yeah,
that's the problem. That some people want to make a point and they try to offend or diminish what other people are using because that make them feel better. Right? It's a part of the human condition sometimes.
Yeah.
But I agree with you that I mean, for instance, Grace of Westminster that we have been talking about. I never heard them. They are very Nikon centered, but never heard them talking bad about the other cameras.
No, that's Tony.
No, and there's another thing. You know what? I think when it comes to other YouTubers out there, I disagree with so many of them. Completely disagree with them. But you know what? And this is one of the things about YouTube. Everybody can have a channel. And you know what? I will admit that there are some of them out there that I don't care. I don't watch. I don't care about, and may disagree vehemently at times with them. But I can't take away from the fact that they have built a living out of their YouTube channel. And if people want to go watch them, who am I to say don't? Who am I to fight the, swim upstream of all the people that are, going to watch them? That's fine. There are plenty of people out there in the photography community that are looking for something more than all of the, hatred and toxic chat that goes on. So,
yes, I know all about Ron Solon. I went to the Ron Solon School of Fine Arts inside Bennington High School. So trust me, I know all about Ron Solon.
Sly Reader, she just made a comment. She likes the smaller cameras, and there you go. I understand that as well. I don't know what the compromise is. So I don't know what the compromise is, but that's entirely up to Nikon. I don't think anybody's been really vocal. I mean, seriously vocal about larger cameras with Nikon, other than a pro build, pro body in the Z8. You know, everybody was talking about they wanted a more pro build for the Z8.
Did you usually go to a Photo Plus, Chuck?
No.
Okay. Because I know it was in the city, so.
Yeah. All right,
I just
guys.
want the Z8 to complement the Z9, so the way the D850 and D5 do.
Yep.
Yeah,
Well,
but it should have been 60 megapixel.
Who cares?
Woulda, coulda,
As long as it does
shoulda.
the job.
There's going to be a high megapixel camera. Nikon knows that they need to do that, so it'll happen. Maybe not as fast as we want, but it'll hapen. Hey,
Yeah,
Stuart, good to see you.
Yeah, the Z8X.
Yeah, that's a great fantasy.
You want 200 megapixels? Get one of these.
There you go.
Otherwise, stick to your full format, that 45, 50 megapixels, and enjoy it while you can.
Well, Chuck, the reason why a lot of people want high megapixels, because if you save that file and need to access to 5-10 years down the road, the higher megapixel will be useful then.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. But
It's like film.
Cameras will evolve by then.
Like I've been scanning film from the 1930s and 1940s of my grandfather's film. So I mean, digital is a digital negative. So people want as much resolution as you can get.
Well, I don't want it for that reason, but that doesn't mean others don't. But and Nikon's going to do what they're going to do, but I do believe that there's ability to influence what Nikon does somewhat based on the chatter that goes on in the, within the consumer base. So.
Also have to do with if you print too, because I mean, a lot of people don't print today, so it has to do with print also.
Yeah. Well, again, you're not going to, I used to tell somebody that was on the channel, and he was always trying to educate people. You're not going to educate the masses, but if you want to try, by all means, go, and that gives you plenty of content to continue to try to educate the masses. Buyers today aren't necessarily influenced by don't buy. They're influenced by here's what you can buy. And that's just the way it is. Again, going back to the Dodge Demon, don't need it. Nobody needs it, but a lot of people want it.
If you want to be first in line to get a Z8, you need it.
Yeah, you do.
Dave, how many of your wedding clients want prints, enlargements?
Not many, but everybody does get a proof set as standard as a final print. And after that, I'm lucky if usually they order. I know exactly which ones they're going to order. They're going to order the one with them and grandma, them and parents, and then the whole family, the whole immediate family. Those are the only ones that sell. So those are the only ones I actually focus on. Everything else is just.
But any 16 by 20s or 16 by 24?
No, 8x10 is the largest they order. I've never sold anything larger than that. And the option's there. I even give discounts and say, hey, if you buy this, I'll give you this for X amount off. But no, 8x10. That's the largest that they buy.
Yeah.
So,
what's the largest you put in, Maz?
But yeah, even if I take Pro DPI prints them, and they print them off of a chemical printer.
Maz, what's the largest you print?
Talking to me?
Yeah, what's the largest you print?
Largest I've ever printed, probably 16 across. Not that big.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no. Like I was saying earlier, the largest I've done is 20 by 30 prints for print metal, 16 by 24, and those were from D800. But those were HDRs.
Yeah.
I used to print a lot size from a D70.
What I have been wanting to sell is some of my what I have wanted to sell were some of my night photos, my night photography, as 16 by 20s, but that's a hard cookie.
Yeah, no, I noticed a lot of people are not into prints anymore. It's the market has shrunken.
Yes.
On YouTube.
Oh, definitely.
But there are people out there that are trying to convince everybody that they must print, and I think that's an open opportunity. There's a channel waiting to be started for somebody to go on and talk about prints. Hint, Matthew, that would be a channel, man. You need to start a channel and start down that path of letting everybody know that they need to print.
People don't buy them anymore.
Well, that's why we don't talk about it.
I like to print once in a while, though.
No, especially the large ones, because by the time you man and frame it, if you do professional framing, you can be up to the $500-600 price range easily.
There's always ifs.
Oh yeah.
So it's like, and metal easily can be in the $400 or $500 price range, even for 16 by 20, 16 by 24.
I would agree with that, Sly. Moms do want prints of their babies, newborn photos, and through the years or whatever. No doubt about that. But I think the larger market of printing, has kind of faded away. Because we didn't have digital back then. So the bottom line is the only way you got to see anything that happened on vacation or anywhere else, or the deer or the elk or whatever that you saw, was to print it. Yeah, I get.
It's not that. It's like the younger generation is more mobile. They don't want to own as much, and they don't stay in one area out that long. They move around too much.
Well, and film, everybody got this big feeling that film was coming back, like it was going to get rid of digital or something. I mean, there's some ridiculous ideas with some people, but film came back. It's a nostalgia thing, and a lot of people are enjoying it. Nothing wrong with it.
No, Chuck, film still has a place locally. We have a community darkroom.
Yeah. Well, there you have it.
And it's popular.
Okay. But, and that's good that people are still enjoying it. Shoot, I even looked for an enlarger on Marketplace. I thought, I might throw a roll of film in the camera, black and white, and do my own developing and printing. But then in the end is like, no, I don't want to go down that path. I don't want it that much.
I do not miss darkroom look. Oh God, no.
But it seems to me that that's part of the pleasure of doing it. I understand if you're doing it on a large volume, I wouldn't want to do it either. But it seems like that's part of the nostalgia thing too, to be able to actually print your own prints. But again, I don't want it enough that I'm going to go through with it and do it. So
it's called send a bay photo in click order.
Yeah.
I haven't done it in decades, but I'm sure the phone would wear off pretty quickly.
Yeah. Terry Breedlove, who is over there on AP Studios group, and he frequents the streams from time to time. He still prints, and he shoots a lot of film, and he's having a ball. He's just doing it himself. He's not trying to convince anybody to do it. I think that's great. All right, guys, I'm going to pull the plug on this.
Yeah, but the approach I take on printing, really quickly, I just want to throw this point out there with the proof set, is that I take the Steve Jobs approach, which is the customer doesn't know what they want until you show it to them. So some of my customers, they hire me without realizing that I'm going to give them prints as standard. So when they get them, they're like, oh my God, wow, like that's so cool. And then the feeling that they get, that they experience, is what they tell their friends. And that's essentially how I've been able to stay in business because of that, because of the feeling that they go through, the emotions that they go through when they see their pictures on their hands. And that's something that just cannot be replicated. So all the feedback that I've gotten from clients over the years, I've made that into a blog post. And so obviously nobody reads, but it's up there on the website. So I have to really work really hard to push that whole aspect of printing.
One of the most famous models in products. Chuck remembers good, better, or best. It's the Sears model. You had the good, the better, and the best.
Printing is the best.
No, you had three levels. You had the best product, the bottom product, and then the middle product.
And also how you present it too, because I know some of my colleagues, they just like send the prints on an envelope, on a plain white envelope, but I go to the hassle of getting a nice glass box for it and wrap it with silk and then mail that off to them. So presentation
guys,
a lot.
we're going to go down a rabbit hole again. I got to get out of here before Frames or Peter Gregg show up. Or I will never get out of here.
When was the last time Frames was in here?
No, I don't.
At that 10-hour stream.
Yeah.
He was in after that too.
Wednesday, Frames shows up for the 20-hour stream of Truck.
Yeah. Let me get out of here. And nothing. I love when people like that or those show up, but I'm not getting locked into an all-night stream tonight. But hey, I want to say thanks to everybody that's been in here, everybody that's been in the chat, for the super chats and the stickers. And Maz, you're in here, so I can thank you directly. Thank you so much. And that goes a long way to, keep this light going, I guess you could say.
Wednesday, noon to midnight.
Yeah, well, we don't know yet. We'll see. Greg, thank you, man. He's giving everybody have a great evening, everybody. Love having you. Greg, I need to get you on the show, man. You need to come in here. I just got a feeling you have a lot to offer in the chat or in the panel. So, and that goes for anybody, as I always say, you're welcome to join the panel. As evidence tonight, Hank DiNardo jumped in. So even the drunk wedding photographer the other day jumped in, and he's back. David, thank you for stopping by again.
I'm not here. It's just a generated image.
No,
thank you for having
absolutely.
me
on. Gustavo's another one that just decided I'm going to give it a shot. Now he's kind of becoming a regular, and we like that, Gustavo. I love your comments, love your work, and everything else.
Thank you. Oh, brother.
I'll give Frames a little love.
Yeah.
Frames.com.
It's like saying Beetlejuice.
Exactly. You're conjuring him.
Oh, man.
Great movie from
say it twice, say it 3 times.
89.
And I can't leave Roy out. I mean, Roy is a regular, and Roy's been taking a break. Maybe he's getting some sleep now on the Wednesdays, and I know that's a tough stream for you, Roy. It amazes me that you do show up from time to time on Wednesdays. Maz, as always, man. I love seeing you in here, not just in the chat, but in here. So, anyway, with all that said, Vahagan, and man. Kevin Nordstrom in here, and of course, Mr. My sidekick. I like to say that he may not feel that way. Jeffrey Neville at Selective Imagery, but hey, thanks, folks. Thanks for keeping the channel going, and yeah, if you would drop a comment about that whole idea of a larger community made up of channels, not just one channel with trying to build a community. Spread the love, make it a little bit better all around. All right, that said, I'll let you guys say goodbye.
Later.
Bye.
Roy's a man of few words.
Fewer the better.
Have a good night, everyone. Be safe.
Good night, everyone. Thanks, Chuck. Appreciate it.
No, thank you, buddy. David, you're up.
Yes, have a good night, everyone.
All right.
Be safe. Thank you. Gustav, Roy, Chuck, Mossman, Matthew, Wahagan, you're still on. Good night.
Matthew.
Good night.
All right.
See y'all.
All right, folks. Enjoyed it as always, and look forward to seeing everybody on Wednesday. Wow. That's going to be I don't even know. Yeah.
A disaster or very interesting, one or the other.
Exactly, Roy. Exactly.
Then everybody can spend the next 6 months for the next camera.
Yep, that's right. All right, folks. I'll see everybody later. Thank you very much. God bless you all. See you on